Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us live here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez here. We were just in Atkinson last night. For those of you that saw our live coverage on Rumble and YouTube and our app, it's another great day here in New Hampshire, as this will be the second campaign stop in just a week for President Trump. Of course, flying all over the Northeast, including being in the Midwest just on Monday for that great victory, and then that wonderful speech that he had in Des Moines, then of course to New York, then last night to New Hampshire, back to New York, and then back to New Hampshire. I mean, the president yesterday, very genuine at the end, kind of talking about his unprecedented travel schedule all over the country, flying Trump Force One for yet tonight a speech that will start at 7 o'clock here in Portsmouth. We'll have a great interview coming up around 5:30 with MAGA Inc. spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt, a native of New Hampshire, and yet another rock star for the conservative movement, as we face a number of situations throughout the country that are dire. And it's not the doom and gloom in the sense of, hey, everything is going terrible and the end of the world is tomorrow. But the southern border right now is obviously a very tough situation. The invasion of the southern border. And, you know, you're looking on Capitol Hill right now, and all of the deals being done to come up with something to do something about all of the immigrants that are coming into this country illegally. It's pretty much a mess right now. So we're hoping to see some more, activity when it comes to the situation on the southern border. We have a lot to get to here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to take a live look here at the room that we're in. It's a smaller ballroom here in Portsmouth, but Portsmouth is a gorgeous town. The crew and I were taking a trip through Portsmouth, and right across the river is the state of Maine, and we're just looking at the area here, a beautiful area with yesterday's 3 to 4 inches of snow that fell. So quite the winterscape up here in the Northeast. Now, President Trump leading in the polls once again, just like he was in Iowa, just like he is here in New Hampshire. Nikki Haley's the closest to him, but I mean, we're talking anywhere from 20, 30, 40, 50-point leads, depending on what poll you look at, as President Trump continues to dominate when it comes to becoming the Republican nominee for president. And personally, don't blame him for not taking part in these debates with any other candidates who aren't even close to what President Trump has when it comes to his lead. But also between 2016 and 2020, we saw what he did as the commander-in-chief, and obviously we'll see what happens throughout this election cycle. So let's take a live look right now at the stage right over my shoulder, right up to the back of the room here. It's a very tight squeeze for the media, all types of media from local to national here. Haven't seen any international press at this point, but we'll see what happens as the people start to file in. This will definitely be a very intimate gathering that you'll see here in Portsmouth. This is one of the smallest venues that I've seen, but at the end of the day, when President Trump shows up, the place, whether it's a huge arena in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, or in Rapid City, South Dakota, wherever you are, it is a packed house. Now, yesterday, the Atkinson Country Club, wall-to-wall there as well, the standing room only, reflects what you see on the polls. So this isn't just polling for polling's sake. This is boots on the ground. When you see people here at all of these events and throughout the country, and including, you see a number of people on social media throwing their support behind 45. We want to thank one of our partners, our sponsors, Birch Gold Group. First thing to do is text Trump to 8898, as you see the information right there on your screen, as the tax-sheltered IRAs and backing the 401ks is something that needs to be done with gold, because BRICS, those nations, and there are more nations that are trying to devalue the dollar. We're talking Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They're all wanting to use their local currencies just to drop the dollar as much as possible. they see weakness, and it's kind of like this. It's that saying, when there's blood in the water, right? The sharks will do what they can to come after it. But needless to say, the shark in this point would be the leader of the free world, and the leader of the free world is the United States of America. And obviously, we're hoping to have you text Trump to 9998 so you can have that peace of mind with Birch Gold Group, a great group of professionals there who advertise and sponsor and also partner with various conservative media, including right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So throughout tonight, we'll see what President Trump has to say, because we know that the 24/7 news cycle is in full tilt right now. It is almost 28-10 news cycle, for lack of a better comparison. I mean, it is ongoing. It could be any time. You're going to see a post on Truth Social. You're going to see something on X. You're going to see something on the left-wing media. You're going to see something from the conservative media. And, of course, President Trump traveling from city to city, town to town. But he just won't stop. And you can tell that the president loves this country. He wouldn't go through all of what he's going through against the left wing if he didn't love this nation. Again, as I said last night, he could have sailed off into the sunset and just, enjoyed the rest of his life here in this country. But he's going after it, just like he did in 2016 to 2020. And, for this election cycle in 24, we'll see what happens and what transpires. I mean, it's only January, of course. We've got a lot of months and a lot of states to have campaign stops in. We're thinking about March 5th right now. That's 16 states. And the Tuesday primary, of course, better known as Super Tuesday. So let's take another live look real quick as we see the people here in Portsmouth as we await an interview that will be happening around 5:30 Eastern time, so just a few minutes. Special hello to all of you guys watching on the live chat right now on Rumble. We love you guys. We love hearing from you. You can go ahead and send this link to as many people as you'd like as we await President Trump. He will be speaking at 7 o'clock tonight Eastern time, so 6 o'clock there on the in the Central Time Zone, and for those of you in the West Coast, of course, 5 o'clock. We'll be awaiting the president. Sorry, that's 4 o'clock on the West Coast. So the poll numbers, I mean, if you look at Real Clear Politics, every poll on there leading right now with President Trump over the rest of the pack, which is at this point, after what we saw last night with Vivek Ramaswamy fully endorsing President Trump. I know he did that on X officially, and then he showed and continued his support. As you saw that one headline on RSBN, on Truth Social, and on X, well stated that he's continuing to firm up and show his support for President Trump. So at this point, haven't heard any news or anything where there would be another VIP or someone speaking here in Portsmouth tonight. But this unprecedented travel schedule is pretty wild. Again, last night he was just kind of straight up with the people, and I think that's what people are looking for. They want authenticity, and they want someone that is genuine and genuinely cares for the job and for the country. And that's what we've seen right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network for a number of years now. Since 2015, we saw the amount of people that showed up to rally after rally throughout the country. You remember back in the race then, I believe it was in 2019, there was 5 or 6 rallies in one day at one point. It might have been 4 or 5, but I mean, he was flying all over the country. So it was quite awesome to see the amount of crews that were out there reporting live and covering the president's speeches, and also interviewing people like Mike Lindell and Marjorie Taylor Greene and others. And of course, all of the great American people, we the people. And I thought about that earlier today, the whole we the people, right? That's obviously what our Constitution is about. But that's also the same for those that are in political office. They're also a person, right? So they are also representing all of us, and we're hoping that they will vote in the way that we desire as citizens here in this country. So once again, my name's Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow on Truth Social, thank you so much for joining us here. It's going to be quite the week. There are a number of campaign stops for President Trump. He will also go to Concord and a number of other towns as well. That's going to be on Friday night. And I know that Brian Glenn will also make it here to New Hampshire. Obviously great to speak with Brian, as he is one of the leading conservative media personalities that left the mainstream media and is going full on for the America First movement and for freedom for this country. So it's awesome to see other people that are former mainstream media personalities and reporters and anchors stepping in and saying, you know, count me in on the truth. Count me in on winning and having the Constitution continue to be the law of the land, instead of all of the lawlessness that has been going on. And it's kind of a slow push for that kind of thing. You know, slowly but surely they're trying to just, you know, take away a right or a freedom or this and that. And that obviously is something that goes contrary to the Constitution. Now, last night I was speaking about Javier Milei, the great president of Argentina, who is a big freedom fighter, right? You know, it's always good when people are for freedom, and that's what, at the end of the day, doesn't need to be rocket science. As I said last night, at the end of the day, freedom is what we're standing for. And so Milei, I was surprised to see him speak at the World Economic Forum there in Davos, Switzerland, but you know, at the end of the day, he stood for freedom there and stood his ground, and it was pretty awesome to see that in Davos as well. Because anytime you see something going on with you know, globalists, you wonder what's going to happen. What are they drumming up, or what are they trying to do to dominate or control the globe and control humans? And, you know, as I said last night as well, discussing disease X. All you have to look on DuckDuckGo is just look up disease X, and you'll see various reports about yet another, you know, pandemic, or in some cases, some people call it a scam-demic. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's what's going on, and we're here to cover it, and we're here to reveal as much of the truth as possible, you know, as a journalist and as someone that is standing in the gap for the Bible, for the Constitution, for the president. You know, it's as I look around, you know, there's media from all over, again, local and national media, and interesting. I'm still surprised at what happened the other night with MSNBC and CNN. They just decided we're not going to show President Trump's speech. Now, at the end of the day, if you're covering news, you should be covering both sides, right? You should at least say, okay, well, he did win Iowa, so go ahead and cover that, and allow the person that won 98 out of 99 counties the opportunity to have airtime. And isn't that interesting that, you know, there are other networks that also just pull away and dip in and dip out of coverage as soon as someone starts talking truth, or someone starts, you know, speaking genuinely to the American people. The corporate, you know, donors or the corporations that are running a lot of these companies, these media outlets, what happens is then they realize they've got to dip out if that doesn't fit the narrative that the false narratives that are being spit out there by a lot on the left. Let's be honest. Now, working in mainstream media in my past, you know, I had to, you know, do some of that as well. There wasn't really a conservative media outlet to work on, but it's great to be on the right side of things, and the truth will set you free. Always good to talk about that, talk about the Bible and the things that you see in the New Testament and the Old Testament as well. Before I get to some highlights from last night's speech in Atkinson, we do want to talk to you about the Tax Network USA. If you're struggling at all with any back taxes, these guys are going to help you out. They'll give you peace of mind, especially as we're getting slowly close to that April 15th deadline. Obviously, we're only in the middle of January right now, but it's always good to reach out to someone like the Tax Network USA, so that information that you see there on your screen, all you got to do is, reach out, call, and go to that website and let them help you along the process. It's all about getting that financial freedom. Isn't it interesting that this is what this is really all about? The people of Brazil, they want to be free. Unfortunately, Jair Bolsonaro is not the leader of that country right now. You look at America right now, the United States, the same thing. We could want freedom to continue to be what this nation was founded on, and we want that to continue. And that is what you can see there with Tax Network USA, is they're working for your financial freedom. So always good to do something like that, especially if you're looking for some financial peace of mind. Regardless of how much money you may owe in back taxes, it's something that at least reach out, get that process started. Always good to do that. So back to last night. So we know that President Trump had many quotes that were memorable from last night. So I'm going to get to those right here. President Trump said it's time for the Republican Party to unify, to come together and move forward as one team. We have to beat crooked Joe Biden. Always interesting to hear him talk about that name, crooked Joe Biden, because he always says, well, that's the name we had for Hillary Clinton back in the day, but and saying that wasn't she just a beauty and that kind of thing. Makes a lot of people laugh whenever he says that, whether it's in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, which of course are the states coming up here soon for primaries, and the Nevada caucus as well. Just looking around here for our next interview. We'll see when Carolyn Leavitt will be here in Portsmouth. It would be great to speak with her as well. I know Brian has interviewed her and a number of other correspondents, including myself, and it's always good to hear the truth from a number of people, again, standing in the gap for the Constitution of the United States. Let's get to another quote here. President Trump said yesterday, I stand before you today as the only candidate who is up to the task of saving America from every single Biden disaster. If you remember, we are dealing, of course, with a southern border crisis. We're dealing with inflation. The gas prices, though they have gone down a little bit after President Trump talked about them the other day in a town hall, all of a sudden they went down a little bit. Dealing with constitutional, rights, a number of things. Well, anything that comes at you when it's a problem or an issue, there is something that can enter that will be a balancing act, but also to overcome all of those terrible situations that we're dealing with in this country. And as I mentioned, it is Agenda 47. So if you'd like to look at Agenda 47, you can go to donaldjtrump.com, and also you can search it on the internet as well to see what the policies of a 47th presidency would be under a Trump administration. Interestingly enough, I mentioned this a few times a while back, but you've got the title of president, right? If President Clinton were to show up, if President Obama or President Bush were to show up, their title should be President Clinton, President Bush, same thing with President Trump. But people are so upset that he even won in 2016 that they can't even call him President Trump. I did hear it once on mainstream media the other day on a town hall, but most of the time it's former President Trump this and that, ex-President Trump, just to try and do that little extra needle in of the former or the ex-president. I mean, not many times out of respect of the office of the presidency there in the White House and at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, you would hear someone say, oh, hello, former President Clinton, or hello, former President Obama. No, you'd say President Obama. You'd say President Bush. Well, it's the same thing for President Trump. And there was a guy right next to us asking, where's Right Side Broadcasting? We're right here. How you doing, sir? Come on in. We're going to interview this guy live real quick. Hello. No, you're good, man. You're good. Where are you from?
Northampton.
Awesome. Tell us about your thoughts about being here.
Man, it's like I feel like I won the lottery. The same way being in New Hampshire. I came from California. I was there for 30 years. Moved here 2 years ago, and it's been paradise.
And you're saying, where's Right Side Broadcasting? Why do you like Right Side so much?
Because years and years ago, back in 2015, I was trying to find a Trump rally in California, and I found a phone number on the internet, and I called, and Joe Seals answered. And he was the nicest guy in the world. He said, I don't know how you got my phone number, but there's the rally in such and such place, and here's where we're going to be next. And it was an eye-opener. Amazing.
That's awesome. And as we wait for more people to show up in here, it's a smaller venue, but the fact that you're in here, how cold was it out there while you're waiting?
It was cold, but you know what? I was warmed by the fact that this is things are changing, and I'm really excited about where things are going. I think it's going to make a big difference. You guys were at the rally last night?
Yep.
I think you were probably colder than I was. I was sitting in front of my fireplace.
Were you watching?
I was. I do. I keep it on my work from home. I'm lucky about that. And I watch you guys all the time. I've been following you for a lot of years, and it's just amazing that what I saw from 2015, how you guys have grown. I mean, you're enthusiastic. You guys put on such a performance, such a show. And the whole network is just incredible. I just hope for the best for you guys even further, how much you guys might be able to change our country and the nation along with President Trump.
Exactly, and it's interesting because the founder, Joe Seals, and family and friends and staff at Right Side Broadcasting Network, it's a reflection of what they believe in the sense of the freedom of speech and President Trump. So you can see something that has been birthed, years ago, and you see what it is today. It's pretty awesome.
Really is awesome, and I can't thank you guys enough. And I'm so sorry if I interfered with what you guys were doing. You guys have a great evening. Thank you again so much. Absolute pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Have a great evening, sir.
You too. Thank you. Well, there you go. That was kind of cool. Just a random interview there on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Like many of you that are watching right now all around the country, all 50 states, Right Side traveled all the way to Alaska. Right Side has been all over the world and all over the country. So it's pretty awesome to see viewers just like that man there from New Hampshire, throwing support behind a news organization that is standing for truth and believing for great things that happen, not only personally but professionally for this nation. And so those of you viewers out there, it's a good time to bring up the opportunity to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network. All you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. All of the lighting, the cameras, the microphones, the staff, obviously it takes people to get here and do all of the live coverage that you see with constant coverage of President Trump and other events that happen on Capitol Hill, regardless of what's happening. If President Trump isn't doing anything on Capitol Hill, if there's still something that is newsworthy, we are able to get live feeds or we have live coverage, and we've got correspondents based all around the country. So if you'd like to donate to assist at all, go ahead and do that. Whether it's a few bucks or a lot of bucks, just do whatever you can to help out. And also, the RSBN newsletter is something that you can have right into your email inbox. It'll give you all of the information that you're looking for when it comes to really what happened on that story, or what did President Trump really say about that. Because what you need to have, in my opinion, and what I also need to have it, right? Like, we're on the same team here. What I'd like to see is when I hear something from the mainstream media, whether I'm looking on the phone and watching on my Sling account, right, that television streaming, watching some of the other national networks, because I like to stay not informed by them, but I want to hear what their playbook is. I want to hear what they're talking about. Then you have to have the correction of the narrative, because we know that the cards have been shown by the left-wing media many times, but the most recent was on the set of MSNBC the other night, and also with CNN, by not even showing President Trump's speech in Des Moines, Iowa. So when you have things like that happen, you have to look for a narrative that will turn things around, where you'll be able to understand, okay, well, did he really say that? Or is that statistic true? Or is that poll right? Well, with Right Side Broadcasting Network and the conservative media, we're not trying, again, to pull wool over anybody's eyes. We're not working actively to lie. We are working actively to show the truth. And many podcasters on Truth Social and on Rumble are standing for truth. So it's really great to see a whole network of people that are doing the best they can to reveal the truth, report the truth, but also cover the truth. So at the end of the day, it's great to see that. And it's great to be a part of Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to follow RSBN, it's at RSBN on Truth Social. My name's Matthew Alvarez, if you'd like to follow me on Truth Social. And I haven't posted in a minute, but I'll be posting hopefully something soon. Whenever there's news that breaks, or whenever there's something that is of note that is at one of these remarks or rallies or events, if I see something, I will get a nice video or a photo and hopefully be able to post it there to Truth Social, just to give you a little bit of a kind of an insider's look on what you see here at these rallies. But you know what? Other than my Truth Social, you don't need that when you have something like Right Side Broadcasting Network, who's doing it live day in and day out, where you can simply watch the coverage as it's happening on Rumble, on YouTube, on the RSBN app, on the website, regardless of where you watch. I know we talked about sending the link to as many people as possible, but it's great because it grows the community of the people to let them know about Right Side Broadcasting Network. I mean, yesterday, just this viewer that we interviewed just moments ago, and then yesterday running into someone in Atkinson at the event there, people know about Truth Social, they know about Right Side, and it's great to see that. But there are people that still don't know about that. I'm reminded by Ottumwa, Iowa, where I interviewed a lady who had no idea about Truth Social or Right Side, and she was kind of new into the whole conservative movement, and she loved the fact that, hey, there's something I can look to and be a part of a community, but also some of the fun, there's some fun stuff that happens too. Some great memes. You've got, I believe it's AF Branco on Truth Social, a political cartoonist. You know, for years it's always been, you know, the New York Times or the Washington Post or others out there that, you know, put maybe a cartoon in, a political cartoon. But it's great to see that there are conservative media cartoons and conservative media memes as well that are pretty much hilarious, calling out the truth on a constant basis. And you can easily look that stuff up on Truth Social or even on X. And then people post it on Facebook and others as well. But you know how it is on Facebook. You start posting stuff that you like about the country or too many American flags. I don't know because I'm not on Facebook, but you know, you get shadow banned or you don't get as many views, and that's most likely the same on Zuckerbuck's own Instagram. And it's interesting that I believe he still has WhatsApp as well. So it's you know, he's just trying to purchase all of these different social media platforms. But thank God for someone like Elon Musk who said, wait, hold on now. Enough of the censorship, enough of the muzzling that's going on. Let's put the brakes, let's pump the brakes on that and let people like Alex Jones and others back onto X. Let people be free in their speech as long as it's, you know, ethically correct in the sense of you don't want to be saying things that are threats and that kind of thing. Obviously, with a moral compass, you know, that'll hopefully guide people. But the point is, we're happy to be here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. President Trump will speak at 7 o'clock. There is the pre-program, which will start around 6. So we're looking at about 10 minutes from now. But I don't know if that will be the case because it's a pretty slow security process. If we could take a live look right now, we could see that the room is maybe only a quarter full from what it will be for the president when he speaks here. a very tight quarters kind of room, an intimate gathering that will happen here. So it's going to be quite awesome. I do see Carolyn Leavitt to our camera left here, so we'll be bringing her in any second. But as the people show up, we'll see this room be crowded, of course, right up here against the media riser. We'll interview some more people, just like we did yesterday, right along Atkinson at the Atkinson Country Club. So it's quite the awesome event from last night. And we've got a couple more people. I won't be able to put that. Yeah, you could do that. He has something on his sweatshirt. We just can't show that word. Come on in. What's your first name?
I go by Geo. Geo Magaman on Facebook.
Okay, nice, man. Where are you from?
Seabrook, New Hampshire.
Okay. Your thoughts about the president and what our country's dealing with right now?
Well, I'm sick of the fake prosecutions. It's lawfare now. And I'm here, like, supporting Trump. I've started, like, in 2015. I organized, like, flag waves in New Hampshire and stuff, and we've been doing it ever since.
Awesome. And what makes you passionate about freedom in this country?
I think Trump's the only one that speaks the truth and speaks what we want to hear. And he kept most of his promises when he was in office, and you see the real effects of it when Biden tore down his policies on everything. High utility rates, food prices, gas, everything. Everything's so high now.
I hear ya. Is this someone that you know right here to your left? No. Come on in. How you doing? What's your name?
Hi, my name's Sue Johnson. I was born in Portsmouth. My heritage goes all the way back 400 years. And I have something good to say, that the way for peace on earth, and we need it with 3-4 wars going on, is through veganism. Being a vegan, a peaceful dinner plate results in a peaceful world. There's no way out. You're going to eat blood food, you're going to go have war. It's always been that way. So that's what I got to say. That's what I've said to President Trump when I've met him before. And there is hope. And when he was president, there weren't the wars going on now. So let's hope if he or whoever gets in can stop the wars, no more wars, and do it through plant-based veganism to begin with.
And there's some people that agree with you out there. There's some that don't. But here, at the end of the day, what we do agree on is the fact that President Trump started no new wars. I mean, he's the first president in 72 years to not be involved in a war. So that's pretty awesome stuff. Thank you guys so much for chatting with us right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yeah, it is historical. Thank you so much. Thank you. And so, as they mentioned, she said that, the guy said, she said that's historical, the fact, of course, that President Trump didn't get us involved in any new wars. Speaking of historical, I mean, it's every time I believe that there's an event like this, this is unprecedented. I mean, I used that word earlier with President Trump's travel schedule. Constant travel for the president through states all around this country. So I didn't hear something that was just spoken to in my ear, if you guys can repeat that. But also, we can go to the talking points here. We'll go to the talking points of the speech from yesterday with President Trump. Before we do, I want to talk to you about our friend Mike Lindell, the great patriot. RSBN is a great promo code, and it's been one for years for good discounts, for great products. Obviously, Mike's dealing with a number of things when it comes to his business, but also in the sense of the business of MyPillow. Bed Bath & Beyond, as soon as they took his products off the shelves, well, guess what? People stood behind him and still purchased his products left and right. And so now that he's not advertising, or he's not allowed to advertise on Fox News Channel, so from there, he's going to have to, obviously he advertises a lot through conservative media as well, and as we speak about it right here, use that RSBN promo code, purchase his products, not only because he's a great patriot. His products are awesome. The slippers are my favorite, by the way, and also I have his pillows. My wife and I have the Gaza sheets as well. Sorry, not Gaza, Giza sheets, correction. But it's just pretty awesome to have great products. So support Mike Lindell in this time. Looking forward to seeing him at more remarks and rallies, hopefully in the future, where we'll be able to interview him. Of course, a ton of energy, a great time of, as a person with energy and patriotic things to say, and also doing what he can in the fight for election integrity. President Trump said it last night. We're looking for fair and free elections. Simple as that. Notice the word free. Freedom. It's what we're looking for. It's what we want to continue in this country. If people don't like freedom, if they want to be controlled by the government, maybe it's time for them to move to another country that doesn't love freedom so much, or wants to be controlled and be a sheeple, as it is, right? You don't want to be a sheeple. You want to have your own individual right to continue with the First Amendment, Second Amendment, and on. You got to have your own constitutional rights. So let's take a real quick look at the room here as we await a great interview about to happen here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. As I step aside, we're looking for a few people here. You want to come on over? What's your name?
Andrea Glynn.
All right, where are you from?
I'm from Newington, New Hampshire.
Awesome. I saw you standing right there. I'm sure you have plenty to say. What would you like to say to the American people about President Trump and also just this area?
Well, I think it's great that New Hampshire, we can go see any of the thank you. Yeah. Having a moment. Yeah. The candidates, and I'm a Trump supporter, but it's great that you can go. I think DeSantis was in Hampton today, and I'm not sure where Nikki Haley was or whatever, but so close. I'm right in Newington just to become I waited in line since 12, but it's important. I told my girls the only guy I would wait in a cold line for is Trump.
That's awesome. Only President Trump. And have you seen him before then? No.
I saw him one other time in 2016 when he was running.
Let's get down to a couple issues that the country is dealing with. What are some issues that you think that need to be rectified or taken care of as soon as possible?
The border, the economy, free elections, peace through strength. There's a lot of really scary stuff going on in the world. I mean, I'm just worried about the world for our children. I think Trump has got a great message, and, we're not just running against Biden. It's against the whole agenda of what's going on. The millions of people coming in. How can we don't even know who's coming in. Immigration is important, but legal immigration is important. We want people to come. We want people to have a better life like we have and everything like that. Just a lot of the stuff that's going on it's not good. And I think Trump is, what he had, energy independence is really important. China's scary. Iran is scary. It's just a lot of things that Trump had in place were working and were great. I mean, I was paying $190 probably a month for electricity. I'm paying $635 right now a month. It's really crazy.
And that's what people
are. It's in New Hampshire. It's like we're a small state. But, I mean, I'm sure, again, people go to the grocery store. I'm paying probably $500 a week for groceries. I was paying $270. There's a lot of things going on that are not right.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people would echo that sentiment around the country. It's happening left and right. Some of your friends and family, are they Trump supporters? Are they into the MAGA movement, which is the freedom movement, right? I mean, anybody would like that, even around the world that loves freedom. They're behind this kind of movement. It's simply for freedom. Your friends and family, can you tell us about some of them? Are they on the fence? What are they doing?
Most of our family is conservative. I mean, I grew up in Buffalo, New York. Democrats have run Buffalo for a lot of years, so our parents never had a voice, honestly, because of New York City. all of our family's conservative. New Hampshire's a little bit more a free state and everything like that. But like my daughters are conservative, but they're a little leery to say they're conservative with their friends because it's a lot of backlash, which is sad. You should be able to be who you are and vote for who you want to vote for, freedom of speech. But most of the people we know are conservative and are worried about our country and our children's future. I mean, nobody's really talking about the debt. I mean, we're leaving our grandchildren, great-grandchildren in terrible debt. And they don't care. They're just spending. And somebody was just saying just the interest on the debt alone, even the top billionaires wouldn't be able to put a dent in that. That's scary. You can't just keep kicking the can down the road.
You're saying your kids are leery to talk about that they're conservative. Why do you think they're concerned about that? Why would there be a backlash for them?
Social media, the indoctrination of a lot of my kids are just out of college and starting out in life. And it's really sad that you can't be for certain things like conservatism or freedom or even Christianity and stuff, if you're a faithful person. I think a lot of it is social media. A lot of it, you can't post anything and not get, a lot of backlash for that. It's just a lot of young kids are indoctrinated. I'm glad they're conservative. I'm glad that they're, faithful kids, and, we did a good job, I think. And, but I hope they stand up for themselves, that, I wouldn't take away anybody's freedom for voting for who you want to vote for. That's what America's about. You vote for who you want to vote for, you stand up for your rights, and guess what? I'm going to be fighting for you to have that freedom. But I have the freedom, too, to be who I am.
Exactly. What profession are you in?
Well, I was a stay-at-home mother for a lot of years, and my husband and I are small business owners.
Awesome. Tell us about some of his struggles under Biden inflation.
Oh my gosh. Again, my power is $600 and some. Our oil just got delivered the other day, $1,200. It used to be around $500. Like groceries. I cook a lot. My son has autism, so we're home a lot. That's part of our daily routine, and part of his skills are cooking and things like that. The gas. We used to, energy independence. We used to be, $1.85 a gallon. It's now $4. That's costing us a lot more in our business, too. Things to be delivered, things from tariffs, things like that. We're probably making the same, but because of inflation and everything, it's a lot less in that sense. Like our business-wise, we're probably making what we used to make year to year, but we're just living with less.
It takes a lot of courage to speak so eloquently on television that's live right now about your beliefs, your faith, your conservatism, and that kind of thing. Why are you so passionate about this? Do you feel like even right now that this is something that's been in your mind and your heart, in the sense of you're getting an opportunity right now to talk to some of the American people right now? Does that feel good?
Yeah, I would have never waited in line since noon for anybody, honestly. I think Trump not being a politician, even, in 2015 when he was running in that, I was all in, because we need somebody that's not D.C. swamp. We need somebody that's going to stand up for the forgotten people, which is the American hard-working people. And where our taxes go, and nobody cares about that. They send money overseas, and there's no auditing. Like, even with Ukraine, we want to help people around the world, but where is all that going? We want to help, and in the fact that all these wars and everything are going on right now, it's a scary world. But, I think with Trump, I felt like I put my faith in him, and I felt like we were in a good place. I haven't felt safe and secure and in a good place in a long time with and it isn't just Biden, it's the whole agenda. Because he might not even be running, honestly. We could be running against somebody else. But the fact that, the open border, we don't even know who's coming in. That affects all of us. That affects our security around the world and everything. It's just, making America great again is about opportunity for everybody. Doesn't matter what color you are, where you come from, you can make something of yourself here. You can go to college. You don't have to go to college if there's opportunity of jobs, good jobs. He's just, I'm looking forward to having some peace and also really, America is great. You know, it's for everybody. It's for freedom around the world. It isn't just our country. It's everywhere. And, you know, we've been missing that in the last 4 years.
100%. You mentioned something about not feeling secure, not feeling safe. What are some of the things you do until we get an America First president, specifically Donald Trump? What do you do until then, personally, professionally, just life? What is it?
I'm going to help the Trump organization. Like I said, I will, you know, I'm not going to door knock because I'm a little nervous about that. But, you know, whatever they need me to help do. But, you know, we're turning 60 next year. We were going to take a nice trip with our kids and everything like that. A, we can't afford it. But B, I said to my kids just recently, I'm like, I'm a little worried about the world right now. Like, I don't really want to go somewhere that could, like we were maybe thinking of Africa and, you know, and you should be able to do that with your family and explore the world. And I said, I just am worried about, like, now the Red Sea, there's a lot of stuff going on. You know, there's stuff in the Middle East, the war with Israel is going on. It's sad that I have to think that way, but I'm like, let's put it off for a year. Let's think about it. Like, that is a major thing that, you know, well, we can't really afford it anyways, but just I'm a little nervous about the world, and it's really scary when you watch the news what's going on.
I agree with you. A couple more questions for you before I let you go. Thanks so much for talking with us here on Right Side Broadcasting. Thank you guys so much for sticking to it here.
I watched you last night in Atkinson.
Thank you. Yeah. It was quite the night there in Atkinson.
Yeah,
a great
we were
speech.
Go, but it was bad weather.
Yeah, definitely. It was snowing throughout the day, and then still President Trump made it through. So it was always good to see that.
That's what I love about him. It's for the people. And I love that he doesn't say I, he says we, because it is we, the people.
Yeah, he says when we win the White House.
Yeah, we're a team.
Yeah,
and
awesome.
He's fighting for us. I'm going to fight for him.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Your dad, your mom, your family, anybody in the military service or anything like that, what were their political beliefs?
Well, my nephew right now is in flight school with the Coast Guard, so he was just in Pensacola. I think we're all worried. Like, I'm worried about him going to war and things like that, things that are going on in the world. I think Trump, it was nice, there was no war. But he delivered through strength a lot of things that were going on. I mean, we just gave a lot of money to Iran. Well, now we have terrorism. I'm worried about terrorism here. He's about the only one in our military. My nephew is a state trooper in New York State. He just started. So I worry about our police, my state trooper nephew. But pretty much we're all conservative. We're all faithful people. We just grew up common sense. Like, we're all hardworking, regular folk, And
you know what? I mean, I would go as far to say, obviously President Trump is all about common sense. And I would use your word, calling him a regular folk in the sense of he's one of us. Like, he's always been very, very personable with the people, right? Obviously super successful, but that doesn't mean he was untouchable. He couldn't talk to you. Like, that's why he's doing what he's doing. I believe he genuinely loves the country and the people. And I don't know if you remember.
He does. He's a true patriot. He loves this country. What we grew up with, we want for our children and our grandchildren. And that's disappearing. It's scary. We need to get it back. And it isn't like, the MAGA movement's racist. No, it isn't. Opportunities for everybody. My mother grew up very, very poor. Guess what? Opportunity was for them. They got jobs and they got out of poverty from that. They didn't go to college. You don't have to go to college. But if there's wonderful opportunities in business here, freedom. Like, we're the last free country. Like, we got to make sure we stay that way. We do.
And on that note, that is exactly right. Thank you so much. What's your first name again?
Andy Glenn.
Andy, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, there you go. I mean, that's can't end with a better note right there. Talking about freedom, talking about this country being the most free at this point, and keeping that as what continues for the Constitution as well.
USA champ we can after his.
Let's take a look at this guy real quick. He's
join in. We'd love to have you.
What's going on, man? You going to do a little bit of a chant coming up, huh?
Yeah, we do. Are we on air?
Oh, we're on air.
Oh, sweet. So I just went around and talked to everybody. I did this at UNH as well. Actually, you guys were reporting on it. I get everybody in sync as much as possible to do a USA chant soon as God Bless USA is done.
And why do you love the USA?
Because we're allowed to feel into whoever we want to feel into emotionally, gives us freedom in ways other countries cannot.
All right. Thanks, man. We'll look forward to that chant.
Fuck yeah.
All right, man. So, again, somebody else talking about freedom. I mean, regardless of socioeconomic status, regardless of who someone is in this country, we desire that word, freedom. So it's great. It's great to see people in this country stepping up, speaking about it so much, and starting to realize that this is a very global thing that's starting to transpire when it comes to the free world versus the tyrannical world. We are looking for freedom to be not only in this country, but as many countries around the world as possible, to let us live our lives, let us worship our God, let us have free and fair elections. That's what's great about the United States. I hope that 2024 will be a free and fair election. Now, the amount of election integrity, that movement to stop election fraud, and all of the meetings that happen, especially on the conservative side, that's all they're looking to do. That's what Mike Lindell's all about. He wants free and fair elections. That's what President Trump wants. It's what we all desire, at least the ones that desire freedom and desire this country to continue or to hopefully get back to what it was between 2016 to 2020, making America great again. Wonderful to speak to some of the people here in New Hampshire. My name is Matthew Alvarez, if you'd like to follow on Truth Social. And if you'd like to follow RSBN, it's at RSBN. Now, back to some of these quotes from President Trump and Atkinson just last night. Starting on day one of my new administration, I'll quickly end Joe Biden's inflation catastrophe by stopping his wasteful spending and terminating his Green New scam, and by tapping the liquid gold. As you've heard many times, drill, baby, drill. That's what he is wanting to do here in this country. And also, he wants to continue to build the wall. I mean, the job has to be finished. He started that in 2016 to 2020 in that administration. So we're looking for him to have another opportunity to get that thing done all the way from Texas, all the way through New Mexico, Arizona, California. I know those of you that live in those states, I've been to all of those states, and some great Americans there from all walks of life, all racial backgrounds. And at the end of the day, we just are looking for a legal immigration process, not an illegal one, where, as we mentioned just the other day, 8 to 15 million people coming into this country illegally. Let's take a live look right now at the audience as we see it filling up here. Now it's about 3/4 full. We're looking forward to seeing even more people show up here, packing this house once again in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It is 6:13 right now as we take a live look at the podium. Just about 30 yards from this distance. And we're looking forward to seeing the pre-program start, and then 45 take the stage here in Portsmouth. Now, his schedule has been, as I mentioned earlier, unprecedented with the amount of travel for campaign stops and going to various court proceedings. But he will continue here in New Hampshire all the way up until the primary, which will be on January 23rd. So we are 6 days from the first in the nation primary here in New Hampshire. A great win in Iowa on Monday night, a great speech, and then now here as the first in the nation primary for New Hampshire. We've got Nevada, South Carolina, and other states coming up, including, of course, on March 5th, 16 states for the Super Tuesday, which will be quite awesome. That's almost around the corner. I mean, it's already January 17th, Got a couple more weeks left. We're already getting into February. So a lot going on, and we will have live coverage for you every step of the way right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It'd be great to see the president here within the hour. I believe he does have it slated for 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 o'clock on the West Coast. And those of you in Iowa that are watching right now, a special hello to you. 98 out of your 99 counties. Pretty awesome to see that state fully red when it came to the primary vote, the caucus vote the other night in Iowa, where Brian Glenn, Vanessa Broussard, Catherine Cipher, Christina Bobb were live in Iowa, braving the cold weather, braving the high wind chills that were bringing the temperatures well below zero. And not only that, it was below zero for a high temperature. Pretty wild stuff. Was not in Iowa for that trip. Was not going to make it on that one. A number of the events got canceled, so we are here in New Hampshire. We can go to a number of these quotes as well. The next Trump economic boom will begin on November 5th, 2024. That's President Trump's quote from last night in Atkinson, New Hampshire. He also said, "I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent, and we will deliver more tax cuts, tax credits, regulation cuts for New Hampshire workers." And finally, one of the quotes from last night, Nikki Haley is counting on the Democrats and liberals to infiltrate your Republican primary. We did hear that last night by one of the voters in New Hampshire that will be voting on for President Trump for the primary, that he was concerned that the Democrats in the state would do that, would infiltrate and put down their party affiliation and do things that are just not right. Well, we've seen that in the past when it comes to elections, unfortunately, so we're hoping that will get cleaned up. And speaking of elections, election interference to the max. That's what's happening right now, as you see President Trump dealing with so much, traveling so much, but still pushing through all that, overcoming all of that, and we'll be here for these Patriots. Speaking of Patriots, if you guys want to come on over real quick. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, good. What's your name?
James Marcus.
Nice to meet you. You got your buddies here. Where's everybody from? Come on in.
I don't think they want to be on TV. Right, cool. I'm from Massachusetts.
Awesome.
So
why'd you drive up?
Well, I'm the president of the Massachusetts College Republicans, and anytime that I get to see the former president is an honor, and so I'm very happy to be here.
Awesome. And so full support for Donald Trump, yeah?
Absolutely, 100% full support for Donald Trump.
You said you're in college?
Yes.
Which one?
Boston College. I'm a senior.
Okay, awesome. Boston College, very nice. Good hockey there too, huh?
Yeah, very good hockey, yes. Number one in the country, absolutely.
That's awesome. So a lot of these colleges, man, they're just not saying the things that you just said. They would never wear a hat like that. Why wouldn't they wear a hat like that?
I think because a lot of people are afraid of, obviously, the cancel culture that goes on. I mean, our club has 150 people in it, and I would say about a fifth of that, about 30 of them show up consistently. But a lot of people are afraid to show up to a club meeting on a college campus, as much as it is a Catholic college. And I'm Orthodox, but for it to be a Catholic campus, it's very liberal in certain aspects. People are afraid to have professors, their friends, anyone else find out that they're conservative.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for stopping over here, man. What's your name again?
James.
James, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Well, I mean, there you go. Kids in college supporting 45. Speaking of supporting 45, you saw that last night with Vivek Ramaswamy in Atkinson, New Hampshire. Let's throw it to that speech right now.
So he has a big, beautiful, bright future ahead. Vivek Ramaswamy. Come on up, Vivek. Let's do this, guys. It's good to see you. It's good to be back to New Hampshire. We miss you guys. We're going to make this happen, and you guys know this well. You know this man. You know why we're here. Patriots across the state. We are in the middle of a war in this country. That's what this is. It's not a war between black and white. It's not between Democrat and Republican, even in a deeper sense. It's between the permanent state and the everyday citizen. Between those of us who love the United States of America and a fringe minority who hates this country and what we stand for. And right now we need a commander-in-chief who will lead us to victory in this war. That's what we need in this country. You got to know you're in a war to win one. You can't win one if you're asleep at the switch, have your head stuck in the sand like most Republicans. And I think that's going to require somebody who isn't bought and paid for, a businessman, not a politician. Anybody heard of that? And that's why I was in this race, but I'll tell you, the people of Iowa spoke loud and clear last night, and I'm a big believer that we, the people, create a government that is accountable to us, not the other way around. That we, the people, choose who leads this country. And so we heard we, the people, last night, and that is why last evening I met my friend here. We met in person, and I told him that I would endorse Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, and do everything in my power to lead us to victory in this war. It is a 1776 moment right now. That's where we live right now. You want to know what does it mean to be a Republican today? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. Ideals like freedom and merit and the pursuit of excellence. That you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. End affirmative action. End DEI. We are done with the nonsense. Send it back home. It means you believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law, and that is why we need to use our military to secure our own southern border in this country. That's what it means to stand for the rule of law in the United States of America. It means the people we elect to run the government needs to be the ones who actually run the government, not the shadow government in the deep state that runs the show today. This man is going to get in there this time around and actually shut down that deep state. Not messing around this time anymore. That's how we win this war in this country. And the way we're actually going to do this in the long run and win this time around is with elections we need to secure in this country for the long run. You want to know what needs to happen in this country? Single day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots, government issued ID to match the voter file, and English as the sole language that appears on a ballot. And I'm confident this man will be the one to get us there. And this is how we get our country back. Not black or white. It's deeper than that. These are the ideals of the American Revolution. And you know what? We do have some enemies that we need to defeat on the other side, but we have challenges to address in our own party right here at home. So you know what? If you want somebody who's going to foist onto you to use your social media account, you want to use a driver's license to do it, to have the right to use the internet, this man's not your man. There's another candidate in this race who'll do that for you. It's Nikki Haley. You want to cut Social Security, you want to cut Medicare, you want to cut veterans benefits so we can fork over more money to Ukraine so some kleptocrat can buy a bigger house? Vote for Nikki Haley, not this man right here. But if you want to actually put an agenda that puts Americans first, to say that the moral obligation of your leaders is to the citizens of this country, not another one, there's not a better choice left in this race than this man right here. And that is why I am asking you to do the right thing as New Hampshire and to vote for Donald J. Trump as your next president, because we're not working with a lot of time here. If our kids are in high school before we get this right, we don't have a country left. That's what it means. We've been celebrating our diversity and our differences for so long that we forgot all of the ways that we are the same as Americans, bound by that common set of ideals that set this country into motion. We believe those ideals still exist. This man is going to be your next president to revive them. E pluribus unum, from many, one. And you know how we're doing it? We're doing it by speaking the truth at every step of the way. There are two genders in this country. Period. That is the truth. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear energy. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government in the United States, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution is the strongest and greatest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is the truth. We fight for the truth. We stand up for the truth. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. That is what we are going to revive to, yes, make America great again. Vote for this man right here in the New Hampshire primary. God bless you and your families, and may God bless our United States of America. Thank you, New Hampshire. It's good to see you guys. We're coming back and winning this in a landslide. We will not stop until we get this job done. Thank you all. God bless you and your families.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow, how was that? Pretty good.
You are looking live here at Portsmouth, New Hampshire. That was, of course, last night with Vivek Ramaswamy on the stage with President Trump in Atkinson at the Atkinson Country Club, about 40 minutes from our location, as President Trump tours through the Granite State and will do a number of campaign stops all the way up until 6 days from now, when the primary will be here on January 23rd as the first in the nation primary and the second state in the union to vote or decide who they want as the presidential nominee for the Republican Party. President Trump slated to speak here at 7 Eastern. It's 6:27 right now. The pre-program has not started, so we'll see if that will be on time. But regardless, a lot of travel, as we mentioned earlier, unprecedented travel for the president all around the Northeast when it comes to New York or D.C. With court proceedings from the, as he mentions and lets everyone know, the bogus claims against him and the election interference that is on a full tilt situation with that, but also the mainstream media just kind of echoing. It's a little bit of an echo chamber with the current administration right now, not even showing that speech the other night where President Trump had a victory speech. They just didn't show it. They decided that that's not what they were going to do, and if they're true journalists, they would show someone that would win the Republican nomination for president in the first state, the first caucus in Iowa, and they decided that they're going to censor and muzzle the President Trump, 45, from the American people. And regardless of if they were Republican, Independent, Democrat, unaffiliated, people just still couldn't see what President Trump had to say. But, you know, interestingly enough, if you're watching on a faithful basis, MSNBC or CNN, which there aren't many, in my opinion. I mean, you look at the statistics. I mean, Anderson Cooper and others, some of their shows, 100,000 people are watching, one show, or just the numbers are really low for something that's supposed to be a huge national news organization. Well, I think the people are onto it. Regardless of, again, of where you stand politically, you kind of know, okay, well, you know exactly what you're going to get when you go to certain networks. Well, with this network, you're going to get freedom of speech, but you're also going to get the American people speaking to us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, their thoughts, their concerns about the country and about what we're facing as we are less than what, I didn't do the calculation, but I think we're either 10 or less than 10 months away from the November election. Before you know it, it will be here, and the full tilt that you see on the 24/7 news cycle is just going to increase as we get closer and closer. But every state is obviously valuable. Every vote for the caucus or for the primary is obviously really important. So that's why President Trump toured Iowa left and right, everywhere across that state, from Council Bluffs to Dubuque to Des Moines, Ankeny, Adel. Special hello to those in Ottumwa as well. I mean, he was all over the state there. And then doing the same here in New Hampshire last night in Atkinson, and then here in Portsmouth, once again about 40 minutes away. So we are definitely in the northeast over here. It's definitely cold, obviously winter time, but not as cold as Iowa was just a few days ago. So that cold front definitely coming through this area in the northeast. So those of you in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and Vermont, Maine, which is right across the border from where we are. Portsmouth is the river that's separating us, is right here and right across the border to Maine. So pretty gorgeous scenery in this region, and we will bring in someone who also is the spokesperson for MAGA Inc. as well, Carolyn Leavitt, who will be joining us live at any moment right now. And we will be seeing the president when he gets here. So, Carolyn, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you so much for having me. I just bombarded your shot without realizing it, so sorry about that, but thanks for having me.
Of course. Last night, first of all, I want to ask you a question about MSNBC and CNN not even showing President Trump's speech the other night. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, thank you for asking that, because a lot of the news media here tonight certainly won't be talking about the fact that two of the major networks in this country purposefully censored and silenced not only the former president of the United States, but also the leading candidate in this next election. Voters deserve to hear what the president has to say coming off the heels of a historic victory in Iowa, where he broke records, won by 30 points, won 98 of 99 counties, won across every single demographic across the board. It's very striking and frankly scary that those networks made the editorial decision to not allow voters to hear what the president had to say. Why are they so afraid of letting voters hear his words? Maybe it's because he's pushing a message that resonates with voters and that will propel him back to the White House. He's talking about securing our southern border, fixing our economy from Biden's Bidenomics that has made the lives of every American increasingly unaffordable. And he's talking about bringing world peace, which is a narrative that the defense industry and many in the media don't like because they profit off of war. President Trump is a peacemaker in chief, and it's scary that the media doesn't want the people to hear that message.
Exactly. The censorship and the muzzling of President Trump, but also the American people. I mean, these constitutional rights that he talks about in Agenda 47 is something that he wants to provide to basically continue the Constitution of this great nation. And they obviously are coming against it. Now, other than the mainstream media, what else do you think is the cause of why this is happening to this country?
Why the censorship is happening? Well, there's a lot of power and control that the media and the politicians want to keep. in Washington, D.C. And President Trump threatens that power and control. He ran for office simply to make this country better, safer, more prosperous. When he was in office, he delivered on every single promise that he did make to the American public. He's not bought and paid for like so many politicians that we see. He does not cower in the face of adversity like every politician that we see. And he is the greatest existential threat to the uniparty, the deep state, and Biden's regime. And that's why they can't stand him. And they will do everything they can in their power to try and stop him from returning from the White House. But rest assured, President Trump is tenacious. He is the hardest working man in America. And he loves this country and will continue to fight for it. And there are millions of people who are fighting right alongside with him.
Can you believe that this is what we're facing in America?
You know, it is sometimes when the Democrats take actions, it's unfathomable, it's unbelievable. But if we just look back at the past 7-8 years of his presidency, and since he stepped into the political arena, nothing should surprise us anymore, right? I mean, they've done everything they can to stop this man. The mainstream media lied and smeared him throughout his entire presidency, even though he was bringing record achievements for the American public. The Democrats actually manufactured the Steele dossier. The Democrats spied on his first campaign in 2016. They impeached him twice over absolutely nothing. And now they've indicted him nearly 100 times in baseless case after baseless case, using far-left prosecutors to abuse our justice system to try and remove President Trump's name off the ballot and interfere in this next election. So we must be prepared that they will continue with their political lawfare, with their media censorship, and with their insanely dangerous rhetoric against not only the president, but half of the country who believes in him.
And half of the country, but probably even more. Let's be real. I mean, the amount of people here that are supporters of President Trump, whether they want to say it out loud or not, they really like someone like that. I mean, we're seeing a lot of people kind of realize what's happening and starting to transition over. Have you seen that here in New Hampshire?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I bet if you talk to many of the voters here tonight, many of them will tell you this is the first time they've ever been to one of President Trump's rallies. They're waking up to the truth. They are waking up to the fact that the media has been lying to them for years, and they realize the tangible difference in their lives under President Trump's administration and under Joe Biden's administration. We had a secure border, now we have a wide open border. We had a record-setting economy where mortgage rates were a record low, 2.65%. Interest rates were a record low. Inflation was not a word we had to discuss during Trump's administration because it didn't exist, because he passed the largest Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in history. And so people felt that tangible difference in their lives. Now under Joe Biden, inflation hit a record high. Mortgage rates are nearing 10%. The American dream is completely unattainable for so many. And so people want to return to the Trump policies of just a few years ago when our country was more safe, more prosperous, more secure, more free.
And we've covered a number of domestic items right there and issues. Let's talk foreign policy real quick in the sense of peace through strength with President Trump. I mean, I was watching the other day, and I said this last night in Atkinson, he shook the hand of Kim Jong-un. He was in North Korea. Can you believe that? I mean, the things that he will do, hopefully, once again, will be great.
It's striking when you bring up that point. That was arguably one of the greatest foreign policy achievements we've seen in the modern era for a sitting president to walk across that line into North Korea and to bring stability to the region and to also deter aggression from North Korea, from China, from Russia as well, and Iran. I mean, Donald Trump had his foot on the neck of the Iranian regime with sanctions and restrictions, and Joe Biden rescinded many of those upon entering office. Joe Biden unfroze $6 billion 1 month before Hamas, the Iranian-backed terrorists, launched that brutal attack on our friend and nation ally Israel. You look at Joe Biden's weakness leading to the war in Ukraine that we currently see that continues to rage on. Joe Biden's weakness leading President Xi to feel emboldened enough to say that China will inevitably be taking Taiwan. None of this was happening under President Trump's leadership because he led through a position of peace through strength. Our adversaries were on notice. They knew not to mess with the United States of America. President Trump, in a way, was unpredictable to all of the players on the world stage, and that led him to securing peace and to letting the world know that the United States is the greatest, baddest superpower in the world, and if you mess with us, you're going to pay for it. That same message is not being pushed by Joe Biden. His policies invite aggression, but it's his weakness physically and mentally that is should be scary to the American public, and our adversaries are taking advantage of it every day.
I remember I was covering an event in New Hampshire a few months ago, and I ran into a rabbi in Boston at the Boston Logan International Airport, and he just got back from Israel. I asked him about President Trump, and he said he is a huge supporter of President Trump. He loves what President Trump did for Israel. And so your thoughts about that right now, that hotbed of the situation in the Middle East right now, what needs to happen from your standpoint for more peace to happen in that region?
Well, first of all, the alliance between the United States of America and Israel has never been stronger as it was under President Trump's leadership. Many politicians on both sides of the aisle, many presidents, talked about moving Israel's embassy. President Trump was the first president to actually do it. Many presidents talked about deterring Iran. President Trump was the only president to actually do it. Iran was weaker and poorer because of the Trump-era sanctions. For instance, the Houthi rebels, that was a terrorist rebel group that President Trump designated as a foreign terrorist organization. Joe Biden rescinded that designation, and now what do we see? Houthi rebels launching airstrikes against American military bases in the region, and Joe Biden, unable to speak a sentence without rolling over his own words, and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin from a hospital bed launching airstrikes back at the same rebels that were weak and poor and tired under President Trump's leadership because of that, again, that peace through strength foreign policy that emboldened our allies, especially Israel, and weakened our adversaries.
And finally, I mean, there's no president in 72 years that did not involve us in a war other than President Trump.
Right.
Quite a great thing.
That's right. And all of these people in the media, you will hear them for the next 10 months saying that President Trump is somehow a threat to our democracy, when he was the only president to never get the United States into a new war. And we have a president right now who is threatening American democracy every day by barreling us into World War III, by emboldening our adversaries, by weakening our allies, by weakening our military, by his weakness mentally and physically. That is the real threat to democracy, the fact that the United States could be embroiled in a world war, the likes of which this world has never seen, as President Trump often talks about the nuclear power and the threat that that poses to our great nation. That is the threat to democracy, not President Trump.
Exactly, and that's what's awesome about this kind of situation where we can correct the narrative, the false narratives that the mainstream media keeps pushing out there, the lies, right? We're able to, it's truth versus lies, is it not?
Yes, we have truth and we have a record of achievement on our side. And again, we have the American public who remembers and feels the tangible difference in their lives between Biden and Trump. And that's the simple question we'll be asking Americans for the next 10 months. Were you better off in the Trump era, yes or no? And anyone who's being honest and is not blinded by Trump derangement syndrome will tell you, yes, absolutely. So if you want peace for future generations of Americans, if you want economic prosperity for you and your family, if you want to feel safe walking through an American city, then a vote for President Trump is what you need to do.
I mean, 2016 through 2020, he didn't make any dictatorial moves, you know what I mean?
Exactly, yes. It's an insane narrative that's being pushed by the Biden camp, and of course the mainstream media is repeating it endlessly as well. That's what they do.
People are becoming awake.
They are, yes, indeed.
Carolyn Leavitt, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. So Carolyn Leavitt with MAGA Inc., the spokeswoman there, live here in Portsmouth, making her rounds around some of the media as well. And, great points made by her. Let's take a live look back here at the podium here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I'm Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow on Truth Social, more importantly, follow RSBN, at RSBN on Truth Social, for a number of great articles, videos. You're going to see something that's pretty awesome with Right Side when it comes to the Truth Social posts and also on X, where when President Trump has his speech, the quotes that are notable quotes, which pretty much is the entire speech, but still the few sentences or the mini paragraph of information our staff at RSBN will be able to post those. You'll be able to hear exactly what he's saying. You'll be able to read it. You'll be able to pass it along to others. You can like it. You can retruth it, retweet it as well. Is it still called retweet when it's not Twitter? I'm not sure because I'm not really on Twitter as much. But anyway, in a live chat on Rumble and even on YouTube right now, go ahead and say hello and where you're from and where you're watching from and how excited you are to hear from the man, myth, and the legend here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Obviously a very, very busy, packed travel schedule for President Trump. Especially this week with his trips to New York and coming from Iowa then to New Hampshire. Just a lot of travel, a lot of miles being put on Trump Force One, but he's got a great staff, great pilots, and doing his thing, getting where he has to go to meet with the American people. So it's pretty awesome to see that happening for this country. We'll get to a number of the polls as well here in just a moment, but let's take a live look at the crowd as we listen to some music here on the Crowd Cam. You're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. Welcome back to Portsmouth, New Hampshire. You can see some chairs being passed around there by supporters of the president. Looking forward to seeing him here in Portsmouth, scheduled for about 10 minutes from now, but we will see how that goes when it comes to the pre-program with some speakers, and then 45 will take the stage. Now, speaking of President Trump, there's a statement from his spokesperson, Stephen Chung. It says a statement on the Maine Superior Court ruling on the 14th Amendment appeal. Quote, today, Maine's Superior Court ruled to keep President Trump's name on the ballot, pending a decision from the Supreme Court of the United States also in the Colorado case. This is a correct action, and we remain steadfast in our opposition to these bad faith shams. Once again, this is a statement from the Trump team here. President Trump is confident that we will ultimately prevail with a fair ruling on the issues in front of the Supreme Court. In states across the country, crooked Joe Biden and his Democrat people, through Soros-funded front groups, have weaponized the institutions of government to interfere in the upcoming election and disenfranchise more than 100 million voters. The quote continues to say that the Democrats are desperate to cling to power by any means necessary, and we will not stop fighting the remaining bogus, bad faith 14th Amendment ballot challenges. And President Trump looks forward to winning the state of Maine later this year, being reelected in November, as he will make America great again. That around 6:35 Eastern Time, that email just sent out by the Trump team in regards to the 14th Amendment. Some of the states trying to keep him off the ballot, which obviously is not constitutional, not good for the American people if they want to vote in the way they feel to vote. Speaking of a number of states, joining me right now is Joel. He's from Iowa, but he's traveled. He says, you said 17 hours to New Hampshire.
17 and a half, yeah. A little bit longer, but yeah.
Quite the trip. It's some cold weather, man.
Oh, yeah, I drew through that blizzard, the lake event blizzard in Buffalo. That was insane.
Trump caucus captain. Nice hat, by the way.
Thank you.
Tell us about Iowa. What was that like being there?
I mean, being on the ground, we had 50-degree below zero wind chill, and it was insanely cold, but we saw a great turnout for President Trump, and I tell you what, the ground game was phenomenal. So it was amazing. The Iowa caucus is great. So happy that we are first in the nation, and many of us Iowans are very convicted to show up to caucus because we are first in the nation. We consider it our civic duty to do so.
There's a lot of backlash from the mainstream media talking about the people of Iowa. What say you?
Man, I think the people of Iowa are the voice of this nation. We are in the heart of the nation. We are a state that adheres to good work ethic, traditional Christian moral values, and I think that's the heartbeat of our republic. And I think that caucus is going to reflect how Trump is going to do.
Tell us how you really feel. I mean, these mainstream media pundits and anchors and hosts really slammed Iowa and the people, yourself.
Yeah.
They slammed you guys. Really, how do you really feel, though?
I mean, you see the left news, fake news media, and even the way they treated me, NBC, and the article that they did. I want to say that it's disingenuous, it's not fair reporting, it's not good reporting, and I think the Republic sees that. And so it is what it is, but it has no effect on me. We just continue trudging along just like Donald Trump.
For people that don't know the article, I'm also in the dark on that one. Tell us what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I said in my invocation speech in Coralville, Iowa, that when Donald Trump becomes the 47th president of the United States, there will be retribution on all those who have promoted evil in this country. I said that this is a spiritual battle, and I quoted Ephesians chapter 6 and Romans chapter 13, verse 1 through 4. And they like to spin it their own way. Retribution does not mean civil war. It means just punishment. And that's what we subscribe to here, is we subscribe to a legal system that we believe in fair punishment for those who perpetrate evil in this country. There are just two genders in this country. What we see being waged upon the education system is insane. And those dark, demonic ideologies, the communist ideology of Karl Marx in his Communist Manifesto, one of the first principles of Karl Marx's communist ideology was to take away the distinguishment of the sexes. And that's why we see that implemented in China. As soon as communism was implemented, the women all chopped their hair off to have the same exact haircuts as men. And if you go to Shanghai or even Beijing today, it's very much still the same.
That's wild. Your thoughts right now about the fact that calling to God, right? Worshiping God, praising Jesus, that kind of thing. How important is that right now for the American people, not only in Iowa, but across this country and across the world that is dealing with atrocities and constitutional rights being taken? How important is faith really?
It's absolutely important. I think the president sees that. I had the opportunity to pray with him personally in Cedar Rapids with 11 other faith leaders. He understands the power of prayer. I understand President Donald Trump to truly be a born-again Christian leader in this race. I know him to be so, and I met with Dr. Ben Carson, and he feels the same. And without faith, without prayer, we're going to lose this country. And if we lose this country, the great dragon, which is China, is going to rise up and devour this world 100%.
Isn't it interesting that the left would say, and I'm going to go a place that not many go, especially, let's just do it because it's the elephant in the room. The left-wing lamestream media would say it's the white religious people, the white Christians or the white Jewish people. The point is, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we know that there's nothing wrong with praying. There's nothing wrong with encouraging people. But you just said Dr. Ben Carson. He's African American. President Trump is Caucasian. This is not about race.
Yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy is Indian. It's not a race issue. I mean, if we want to talk about race, I just left an event in Chicago where numerous black Americans are, pledging their support for Donald J. Trump because they see that the the Democrats have abandoned them, and they just lie. And they want to call Donald Trump a liar. Donald Trump actually showed up and showed out. He made promises. He followed through on those promises, and he did very, very well for our country. The other thing that we see with the fake news media is they want to say that it's white evangelicals of Iowa that really got out the support for Trump. And I'm a white evangelical. I am a minister, and yes, I was a caucus captain, am a caucus captain, and I'm fighting here in New Hampshire to see that win for Trump. I'll be campaigning here for, about a week here in New Hampshire to get that win. But I want to tell you, the people of Iowa voted for Trump because we had 4 years of American bliss under Donald Trump. We had four years of world peace under Donald Trump. The Abraham Accords. There was no war with Russia and Ukraine under Trump. We didn't have the Gaza-Israel war going on under Trump. We weren't bombing Yemen under Trump. And we want world peace. We want security in our country. We want the right to practice our religious freedoms, which Donald J. Trump actually signed executive orders to secure religious freedoms here in this country, and he nominated 3 Supreme Court justices to overturn Roe versus Wade. So for evangelicals, if we're going to speak to the evangelical issue, Donald Trump was the David that slew our Goliath, which was Roe v. Wade, which we've been fighting for years and years, and many conservative candidates have pledged to overturn it, and they never did.
The other day, Fani Willis was at a church. The other day, Joe Biden was at a church, and they were talking about a number of Bible scriptures. And one thing they didn't do is use the name of Jesus Christ. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. I mean, I wrote a letter to Trump, and I won't go into it, but I said, we are a Christian nation. We're not a deist nation, right? I said we need to lift high the name of Jesus because at the name of Jesus, demons flee. We have to realize that there is pervasive darkness in this country. We are losing our republic, and this country is fastly becoming a very satanic country that has turned its back on Christ. And we need to see a shift. And if we want to make America great again, we have to make America godly again. We need men in the pulpit who will stand up boldly and courageously to stand upon biblical truths. Has to happen.
Not only biblical truths, but also get involved with politics. It's not about separating it, in my opinion. Do you agree? I mean, you in the pulpit, will you talk about political things at all?
Oh, yeah, I do. And, you know, I'm a missionary in Armenia. 100,000 Christians were just, you know, lost their homeland of Artsakh and are refugees in Armenia now. I was on the border during that whole entire conflict, helping the widows and the fatherless. I was held hostage in Egypt and almost stoned to death by the Muslim Brotherhood back in 2021. I've been to 33 countries. And this has all happened under the Biden administration. Everywhere I go, they say, if you don't get Donald Trump back in office, we're going to lose our country. Not just your country, because when Trump was in office, our countries were secure. And we need to think about that as well. I think it's totally fine for pastors and evangelists and faith leaders to be very vocal about their support for conservative policies and conservative values. One of the fake news media outlets, a big name I'm not going to mention, did an interview with me, and they said, Pastor Tenney, do you think Donald Trump is electable, and why? Because, of course, their narrative is that he's not an electable candidate. And I said, listen, if Peter was running for office, would you guys say he's an electable candidate? No, you would tout the fact that Jesus called him Satan and that he denied Jesus 3 times and had a violent history and cut off some guy's ear. And you'd be spending that on the media all day long to see that he couldn't get the Oval Office. If Jesus was running, you would say Jesus has a mouth and a temper. He weaved a whip and he's beat people with that whip. That he called the Pharisees a brood of vipers and children of the devil, right? And if the rhetoric is true, if it's factual, it's not wrong. You know, the Pharisees were a brood of vipers, but the left news media would say, hey, Jesus Christ running for president of the United States is calling religious leaders a brood of vipers. You see how they would spin it? So Donald Trump is the best candidate that we have in this race. He's the greatest president of my lifetime. He made promises, and he kept those promises. Under Donald Trump, our border was secure with over 500 miles of border wall built. Our economy was never better. Under the Biden administration, my rent has increased by $400 a month. I'm 27 years old, a father of 5 children. How am I supposed to survive under this Biden administration? We have to see a shift, and the only way we'll see that shift is if Christians and evangelicals and faith leaders stand up and say, hey, Donald Trump is the man for the hour. As I prayed over Donald Trump, I could feel the anointing of the Holy Spirit, and I know that just as God chose and anointed King David, though King David had issues, right? He sent his best man into battle and pulled back the troops, and the guy was killed just so he could sleep with his wife and have an affair. That's a bad past, if you ask me. And you look at other leaders in the Bible, like Cyrus. They might not have been perfect in their moral life, but they were the perfect candidates for the nation of Israel. God had chosen them and anointed them for such a time as then, and God has chosen and anointed Donald Trump for such a time as now.
And also, and I agree with you, also, you look at King David, he was a man after God's own heart. 100%. I mean, at the end of the day. So I'm here with...
There's no candidate in this race who is standing up for Christian liberties, who's talking about the name of Jesus. Go look back at his rally in Waterloo, Iowa, where he talked about Joe Biden during his Christmas speech. Did not even mention the name of Jesus. How can you not mention the name of Jesus during Christmas, okay? We need Donald Trump back in office. He's the most pro-Christian, pro-faith, pro-American candidate in this race.
Amen. Judeo-Christian principles. This country was founded on the Old Testament, the New Testament, and we are glad that you stopped by, Pastor. Now, I do want to do one thing real quick. Now, back in, I think it was Iowa, was with Vanessa Broussard, and that was North Carolina, where she led a prayer. And I prayed as well, because we are believers in God, and so I'd like to do that right now with you. If you would lead us in a prayer, and those of you at home that are watching, if the pre-program starts, we'll cut that prayer short. But if we could do maybe a minute or two right now with Pastor Tenney here, driving 17 hours to New Hampshire. So go ahead, Pastor.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you in the name of your one and only Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord, our Savior, and our God. And in the power of your Holy Spirit, Lord, we come together whenever two or more are gathered in your name. You are here in their midst. And should we touch anything in heaven and on earth, it will be given unto us. Lord, we pray for our republic. Lord Jesus, just as Benjamin was asked, what do we have, a monarchy or a republic? He said, a republic if you can keep it. Lord, we pray for your strength and your wisdom that we would re-elect President Donald Trump so we can keep this republic, that we can bring peace back to this nation and to the world. Lord, we pray for protection of Donald J. Trump, the best president of my lifetime. We pray for protection of his campaign, Lord, and his future administration. Lord, protect all those who are at this rally as they travel back through these weather conditions. Protect me as I drive back to Iowa. Lord, we love you. Be glorified. Lord, we pray for a shift. We pray for repentance. We pray for an awakening in this country, that people would turn their hearts back to you, because there is no way to the Father but through Jesus Christ, his Son. Lord, we pray that there would be a shift and a quick awakening that would come upon this country, that we would love you and follow you again. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
In Jesus' name, amen. Pastor, great to talk with you. It's awesome that you stopped by here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Make sure to say hello to me and the crew before you leave.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, sir.
So
thank you.
Thanks.
Well, there you go. I mean, when President Trump sends out on an email that there are, hundreds of faith leaders in Iowa that are in support of President Trump, again, it's boots on the ground. You see it right here, where you see him leading in the polls. You saw it in Iowa. You saw from Right Side Broadcasting and a few others, where you see dozens of people that we interview, and then thousands of people in arenas or even smaller ballrooms like this here in Portsmouth, where it reflects the truth of the poll. Well, that was Iowa. Now we're here in New Hampshire as we take a live look right now as he is leading in the polls here. And once again, you heard it right there from Pastor Tenney from Iowa, who got a chance to actually pray with President Trump. A pretty awesome opportunity to do something like that. Back in the day, people would say, and some do still, hey, don't mix religion and politics, or don't talk about religion and politics. Those are issues that you need to not really discuss or bring up. Well, it's interesting because, let's be real, those are two topics that people across America and across the world are talking about now. Sure, there's time for comedy and entertainment, watching a football game, watching, Greg Gutfeld doing great on Fox. There's things to do outside of this such a serious time in our country, but we realize how serious this really is. So it's hard not to be concerned sometimes or discouraged when we are faced with terrible things that are happening around the world and here in this country as well. As the pastor was speaking, and right now I'm thinking about a couple scriptures. Fear not, for I am with you. God doesn't take us this far just to leave us on the side of the road. He will stay with us. You hear these things from Fani Willis and Joe Biden the other day, talking like they are spiritual, super spiritual people that have such a great connection with God and pray all the time. Give me a break. And you tell people by their fruits, the fruits of the Spirit. No, nobody's perfect. Pastor Tenney's not perfect. Donald Trump's not perfect. I'm not perfect. Nobody, obviously, we get that. The Bible says, for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So if that's the case, which it is, we realize that, hey, we have someone that is also helping us get a connection to God, and that is through Jesus, for those of you that are Christians out there. But again, back to what I was saying as well, the Jewish faith, Judeo-Christian principles, the Old Testament and the New Testament are awesome. A great word of God right there, the Holy Bible. But also, speaking of great, the Constitution of this United States, the document of the Constitution of this great land, all about we the people. So we do know that we're hearing about President Trump. If you guys can repeat, I heard something that... Okay, I think we're hearing that President Trump is en route from New York. Yep, that's what I'm hearing. Yep, thanks, guys. So, yeah, President Trump en route from New York to New Hampshire. Will he stop at the Manchester airport or Boston Logan? We don't know, but or at least I don't know the flight path right now. But obviously not a very long flight at all, coming from the Empire State to the Granite State. And then he'll be here speaking in front of all of these fine folks here in New Hampshire and Portsmouth, and then all of you that are watching on Rumble, on YouTube, on the RSBN app, or on rsbnetwork.com. You know, it's pretty awesome if obviously we're streaming here, so on your television, just download the Rumble app and then follow RSBN and watch on the big screen, or if you want to watch on your iPhone or your Droid or your Microsoft tablet or your iPad or whatever, obviously a great way to watch what's going on. So the music going down here a little bit. We'll see if the pre-program will get kick-started here. An intimate gathering here. Several hundred people have gathered in this hotel in Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
Let us bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for creating each of us with unique gifts. Some, like Donald J. Trump, are blessed with the leadership ability to guide our country. Thank you that we have leaders who believe your truth, that your love is always stronger than hate, and that good always prevails over evil. Give President Trump the strength to make the right decisions both in and out of the public eye. Remind him to seek your guidance as events unfold that affect our country and world. Send him wisdom and good counsel in his mission. Lord, as we embark upon this election, keep us in your grace and show us mercy. Allow us to honor the sacrifice of those who came before us while preserving liberty for future generations. Amen. God bless Donald Trump, God bless the state of New Hampshire, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join U.S. Army Reserve veteran Mark Kimball in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, Portsmouth. I'd ask you if you've got headgear, take it off. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's bring the house down tonight.
To lead us in the national anthem, please welcome historian of the New Hampshire Federation of Republican Women, Isabella Peters.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof
Please welcome Chairman of the Portsmouth Republican Committee, Alan Forbes.
How great is it to have Donald Trump here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire? How great is that? So I'm the chair of the Portsmouth GOP City Committee, and I have to admit that before Donald Trump came along, I didn't even know what a city GOP committee is. Donald Trump opened my eyes. I think he opened eyes to a lot of people here in the room, to the swamp and the fake news and the deep state. And once you start to see, you can't unsee. And so I'm grateful to Donald Trump for that. After his absolutely astonishing victory in Iowa, I think we can expect the same thing here in New Hampshire, can we not? So I'm going to use my time to think past the primary and instead encourage you to think about the general and what can we do to pull Donald Trump over the finish line. Now, if your family is like mine, you got some friends who aren't exactly on the Trump train. Even my own family members think that he's a bit unhinged. So how do we bring these people to our side? We got to do a little dance, right? So facts and logic don't seem to work, but stories do seem to work. And I'm going to tell you a little story and leave you with that. So my wife and I are at the bar, as we sometimes are. And the first thing we do when we meet a new couple, you do the little dance, you feel them out, you try to tell if they're conservatives or liberal. You guys have all probably played that dance. She's pretty good at picking out the conservatives pretty quick. There she is. And so we were with this particular couple, and the lady said something, like, Republicans hate trees or some stupid thing like that, And so rather than take the bait, I tried something completely different. I said, yeah, that's true, but isn't it terrible what Biden did with the pandas? She's like, what are you talking about? So maybe you missed this story because the fake news didn't really cover it very much. But when Trump was president, China was paying billions of dollars in tariffs. And when Biden took over, they were pissed. So they wanted to embarrass us. And what did they do? They asked for their pandas back from the National Zoo. Right? How crazy is that? Yes, I know. It's a great story. So Biden fills a cargo plane with bamboo, and the zookeepers put the pandas on the jet, and off they went. And now we don't have zoos at the national park, the National Zoo anymore. Pandas, yeah, sorry. I'm nervous, what can I say? So we're sitting on the bar for a little while, and I do my best, bar stool Trump impersonation. I say, well, if Trump was president, it would have gone a little different. He would have said something like, the pandas were here legally. America loves the pandas like they love their favorite president. The pandas are staying. That would have been that, right? So this liberal lady, she was laughing, but she was upset about the pandas because she hadn't heard it. Then she was laughing, and then she was agreeing with me that Trump would have done better. Now, you can't open people's eyes all in one step, but you can crack it open a window. And so I think what we need to do is all find somebody that's not quite on the Trump train yet and open their eyes just a little bit. Don't try to take them over all the way the first time, because you can't do that. But if you can crack open the light of truth, pretty soon it's just an avalanche, and you can bring them over. So that's all we can do. I'm going to ask all of you to try to find one or two voters who you can pull over, and don't do it by smacking them with facts and logic, but try to tell them a story that they can relate to. And let's pull Donald Trump over the finish line. Thank you. All right.
Please welcome State Representative Kim Aber.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, friends and patriots. We are here tonight in Portsmouth, New Hampshire at a Donald J. Trump rally with all like-minded people. And we're all friends in this room, aren't we? A friend of Trump's is a friend of mine. My name is Kimberly Aber, and I'm a New Hampshire State Representative, and I'm a business owner in southern New Hampshire and in northern Massachusetts. I believe that God has prepared us for this very thing. I don't know how many of you were ever involved in politics before this. I was always interested. I voted, but I wasn't involved. I wasn't involved until I saw what the meaning of government overreach was during the pandemic. My husband and I have a business in the Merrimack Valley in Massachusetts where our customers, through the Department of Defense flow down, wanted our employees' immunization records. And that is none of anyone's business, not ours as an employer. And certainly not the government. The second thing that happened is the Board of Health was weaponized by the Department of Labor when they walked through our doors one morning to audit the company to ensure that we were mandating mask wearing in Massachusetts. The officials would not even show us the paperwork that they had in their hands. And that was the day I got in the fight. That was the day I decided to run for public office. And that's what it is, folks, it's a fight. The Iowa win on Monday night was no accident. The people of Iowa showed up. New Hampshire, now it's our time. It's our turn to show the rest of the country what a first in the primary nation, what the first in the nation primary will do and can do. And when we win New Hampshire next Tuesday, that will be 2 huge wins. Iowa and New Hampshire. A formidable fortress is what we're building, guys, to reclaim our country and reclaim our democracy. A victory in the first in the nation primary is a huge cornerstone in the building of this fortress, or as President Trump would say, and you guys got to help me, it's going to be massive. It's going to be huge. That fortress is a symbol of strength for an overwhelming and solid victory in November 2024. But first to you guys, thank you for standing in the cold today. Thank you for waiting so long to be in this room. Thank you for standing all day long on your feet. You are true patriots. Folks, please, after you hear from our President Trump tonight, call 3 people on your way home tonight and tell them about today. Make sure they are going to vote next Tuesday. Put a bumper sticker on your car. Put a bumper sticker on your laptop, and I brought you guys bumper stickers. Put a sign in your yard, invite a conversation, knock your neighbors' doors. Offer to drive someone to the polls, offer to meet them at the polls. Breakfast after voting. And employers, do what I did today. Invite a very voluntary information on elections for your employees. You might inspire a few to vote, and I can tell you in my own company, I inspired 6 out of 50 to vote. Look, I only get in fights that I know I can win, and because you're a friend of President Trump and a friend of his is a friend of mine, I know you're in the fight to win also. President Trump has advocated so strongly for us, and in his own words, they're not after me, they're after you, and I'm just in the way. And we must advocate for him now. It's a small ask. It's a small ask because President Trump stands between us and chaos. President Trump stands between us and an open border with terrorists, criminals, and drugs pouring into our country. President Trump stands between us and a military that is more focused on pronouns than on the mission at hand. The complete destruction of women's sports, people getting paid to not go to work. President Trump stands between us and crime rampant in major U.S. cities and people who break laws that are no longer being held accountable. A nation where criminals have more rights than victims. Appeasement to Xi Jinping and murderous dictators eroding freedom, democracy, and stability around the world. Israel's under attack and at war after this current administration reduced oil sanctions and unfroze $6 billion for the Iranian regime. And let's not forget that original plan that President Trump had in place to end the war in Afghanistan, which was completely botched, when the current administration left $88 billion worth of military equipment with our secret designs. And I can tell you, being in the military sector, in defense and aerospace, we have to protect all of our drawings. So $88 billion worth of secret designs in Afghanistan, and that same equipment was left blatantly in the hands of terrorists who took the lives of 13 heroic U.S. service members. So let's put that huge cornerstone in place to build this fortress, because after next Tuesday, the first in the nation primary, President Trump needs warriors on his team, and we are in the fight of our lives. Thank you for listening, and we can make America great again. May God bless America. Thank you very much.
Please welcome State Representative and President Trump's Rockingham County Chair, Lily Walsh.
Hi, everybody. It's great seeing all of you tonight. I've got so many friends out here, and it's wonderful to see such a great group. And of course, because we love the man that's coming up next, don't we? Yeah. So I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you a story first. In December of 2019, I was sitting on my couch watching the fake news. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The best president since Ronald Reagan was being impeached? What kind of insanity is this? Unemployment was 3.5%, the lowest since 1969. We had achieved energy independence. Remember that? Drill, baby, drill. There were no wars going on throughout the globe. Gas was under $2 per gallon. Our military was strong, and we were respected throughout the world. So the Democrat-led House of Representatives decided, gee, let's impeach the man who made all these great things possible. That was my push that I needed. I couldn't just sit on my couch anymore. I found my town Republican committee, and there were Trump staffers there present. I spoke with them, and that's what launched me into volunteering. I did phone banking, and I did door knocking, and in February of 2020, unbelievably, during 15-degree weather and 2 feet of snow, the day that I had done door knocking, I was named the 1 millionth door knocker for President Trump from across the country. Thank you. But, honestly, just volunteering and doing everything that I could for our president was reward enough, right? Friends, our world is on fire. Our country is a mess. Millions have poured over our borders illegally. Wars have broken out throughout the globe. The U.S. economy has tanked, and we are no longer energy independent. But friends, the future is not bleak. We have a selfless person who has stepped up to save America from the nightmare that is the Joe Biden presidency. That man is Donald J. Trump. Yeah. This man has said he's doing this for us, the people of America. He had a luxurious life, yet he takes slings and arrows every single day. For what? For you, for me, for all of us, and for America. So considering all that he has done and will do for us, let me ask you, What are you doing for him? What are you doing to ensure his landslide here in New Hampshire on Tuesday? What are you doing to ensure his landslide in November? Voting? Hopefully you're all voting. Yes, let's show the world that New Hampshire can give him a larger margin than in Iowa. Right? Okay. This is your call to action. What motivates you? Is it your children or your grandchildren's future? How about your heating bills, especially here in New Hampshire? We have the highest heating bills in the U.S. Grocery bills, gas prices, wars across the globe, secure borders. What I'm asking is that you do something all the time. I do something every single day for President Trump to try to either inform people or whatever it takes. So I'm asking you, wear Trump gear wherever you go. Have stickers on your vehicles. Talk to folks at the grocery store, the gas station, banks, and Home Depot. Before you leave, I encourage you to connect with someone here on the Trump staff, and they can easily sign you up and connect you with Campaign Sidekick, which of course is our app, to either do phone banking or go door knocking. Let's get momentum. We can't just think about January 23rd. We have to be thinking about November and winning, winning, winning. Let's get her done, New Hampshire. Thank you.
That's the power of love.
Well, the pre-program just wrapped up as President Trump en route to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, for a speech that will be in front of a few hundred people in this ballroom here in the hotel area. We know that, of course, he's leading in the polls by a wide margin. So in the meantime, what we're going to do now is we're going to go to a commercial, and we'll be right back. You're watching live Right Side Broadcasting Network coverage of President Trump's second campaign stop in New Hampshire.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow, towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Hello, everybody. I wanted to get on here and tell you all the disturbing news. Fox News has canceled My Pillow. We don't know why. We can only make a couple guesses. Maybe it's because Lou Dobbs was added over here at Lindell TV to this all new lineup we have, and that was just a few days ago. We showed his first interview with our great real president, Donald Trump. Or maybe it's because they don't want my face even on their network leading up to the 2024 election in support of our great real president, Donald Trump. I don't know. These are the details. I don't have the details yet, but all I know is the commercials have been canceled. All of our anything with My Pillow or Mike Lindell canceled on Fox News. And please help us to support us and during this time of cancellation. And thanks for your support of Lindell TV. I believe this is all about stopping me from talking about the election platforms and the elections, and this to getting rid of my voice. And but I just wanted to let you all know that this is a very disturbing. We don't know all the details yet, but Fox News has canceled My Pillow. Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Welcome back. It's Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Getting closer and closer to President Trump's speech here just across the border from Maine here in New Hampshire. Right now, the song playing in the background, Fortunate Son from Creedence Clearwater Revival. If you remember, there was a time in Pennsylvania, actually, that when President Trump was campaigning for the 2020 election, he was doing a speech there in Pennsylvania, and that song was playing in the background at the rally, at an outdoor rally, and he showed up in Marine One, the helicopter. Two of those Marine Ones just were flying right over the crowd, did a little flyby with that music. It was quite an awesome moment in Pennsylvania. I was there covering that with the mainstream media. And boy, just like I was saying last night, it's just great to not be muzzled or censored anymore when it comes to sharing what I believe to be, and many that agree, the truth, the Constitution, the Bible, the President of the United States from 2016 to 2020. And we'll see, hopefully we'll have a free and fair election. And we know, again, you got to remember, back in 2016, all of these swing states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, all went for Donald Trump. Fast forward 4 years, all of those states somehow went the other way. So here we go. We're in 2024. It is January 17th, 2024. Speaking of 24, will you be voting for Trump in 24? If so, then you need this Trump 2024 bobblehead. It's actually modeled after one of Trump's most iconic photographs of him hugging the American flag. The bobblehead represents Trump's love for America and his triumphant journey back to the White House this year. Actually, that would be in 2025 when he would be inaugurated on January 20th. Also, my wife's birthday, January 20th. This will be quite the birthday if we can have the president back into where he so rightly belongs, according to the American people, with landslide victories that happen throughout the country. So if anyone is a fan of President Trump, all you got to do is text FLAG to 7031 or visit proudpatriots.com/flag and show your unwavering support. Once again, that is an item that goes pretty fast. I mean, that's a collector's item regardless. It's a cool moment. I remember, I believe that was at CPAC when he came out and hugged the flag there and did yet another great speech in, I believe that was Washington, D.C. I know that's where CPAC was last year. Maybe that was Orlando. I was not at that one. But regardless, we are here live at 7:39 on the East Coast, 4:39 on the West Coast. Thanks so much for watching. For those of you out there in Arizona, New Mexico, California, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, say hello to us on the live chat if you're watching on Rumble or if you're watching on another streaming site. But obviously Rumble doing great things for the American people and for the America First movement. So, obviously the president leading in many polls throughout the country, including in Iowa and New Hampshire. That's okay. So we had some great interviews earlier here in Portsmouth. Everyone from Carolyn Leavitt with the MAGA Inc. Organization being the spokesperson from New Hampshire. So well versed in President Trump's Agenda 47. And then we talked to a number of people here in New Hampshire as well, right here live on camera. We might be able to get a few of them over here as well to talk some more about their thoughts and their concerns that they have right now with the way the country is going. But it is great to see 98 out of 99 counties in Iowa going towards Donald Trump. Now, Nikki Haley has, according to an Emerson poll, 28% for Nikki Haley, 44% for Donald Trump, and President Trump's leading in every poll. We know now what's happening for, unfortunately, she's seems more like a Democrat right now. I mean, actions speak louder than words, and then also her words are even sounding like a Democrat. As DC Drano, Rogan O'Hanley, so rightly put it on Truth Social just the other day, if you scroll through some of his commentary as well, I mean, we're seeing what's happening out there. We see that rhinos are trying to act, and that's exactly what a rhino is, right? They're acting like, okay, we're not swamp, we're America First, we're this, that, and the other, and they aren't. Very few are America First and are representing we the people. Looking forward to hearing from the president here. Again, if you're just joining us right now, it's an intimate crowd. You're talking a few hundred people here in this ballroom at a hotel in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It is the Sheraton. It's a gorgeous town. I've never been to Portsmouth before. For those of you that have, I mean, it looks like a new build, to be honest. There's a lot of new construction and just some gorgeous buildings in this smaller town just south of the border to Maine, which our crew did check out Maine this morning just to get our just boots on the ground there. My wife and I have actually made a map of the United States, kind of a cork board, and she's an artist as well, and she drew the country and pinned all the states that she's been to, as did I, and one of them was Maine. I have not been to Maine. She hasn't been to Maine, so she gets to do that as well. So it's pretty cool to be up here in the Northeast right now. Obviously, literally pretty cool. It's very cold, as you know, here in the Northeast. And for those of you in the Midwest dealing with those blustery temperatures, as our crews were just there, obviously over the weekend, and from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then on Monday night for the caucus, as you saw Christina Bobb and Brian Glenn in the Trump War Room discussing policies for President Trump, but also interviewing Kimberly Guilfoyle, Eric Trump, and others, watching the numbers come in. You can rely on Right Side Broadcasting Network because we are looking at statistics and polls that are coming in and report accurate information. And if there's ever a time where there's something that's inaccurate, that'll be quickly corrected. I mean, we're human, right? So doing the best we can to continue to provide you the latest coverage along the election campaign trail, which is where we are here, of course, in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, later this week. President Trump will be in Concord, the capital of New Hampshire. I think there's also a trip to Manchester. I got to look at the schedule. There is an update by the Trump campaign that the event on Friday will be at the Grappone Center in Concord. So that'll be great to see President Trump there at that event as well. Yeah, you can get a picture real quick. Go ahead. No, you're good. You're live on TV right now, man.
Oh, man.
No, come here. What's your name?
David Buckley. I'm actually with James Marcus. I'm actually with James Marcus over there with the Massachusetts College Republicans. So we're here, for President Trump's rally. We're basically trying to get the College Republicans back together up here in New Hampshire, trying to create a conservative network. But yeah, we're here and we're supporting everything going on. But yeah.
Why are you a conservative?
Why am I a conservative? Because basically what I see happening from the from the left side at this point is a lot of lack of common sense policies, things that aren't working out, things that are just affecting people's lives, ordinary people's lives. New Hampshire, I think, is like one of the best examples of like what regular America is. And when you see how it's gone in the last 2 years of Joe Biden, it's been terrible. Everyone's livelihood has gotten a lot harder. The cost of living has gotten harder, and energy prices, which you wouldn't even think would be the biggest thing, as a big deal, has become a big deal for people here in New Hampshire, and it's affected people in Massachusetts as well. But we're here to basically try and help combat that, and I would say that's why I'm a conservative.
That's awesome. Tell us about your background. Were you brought up conservative? Were your parents conservative?
Oh yeah, so my parents were I would say kind of center, left people. They were definitely more Democratic, but growing up, I sort of started to think, well, why would everything they would say oh, Obama's doing a good job, all that stuff, and it's well, why are there still problems then if that's the case? And then I start looking into it, and as I got older in 6th grade, I'm like, wow, okay, I think I'm not actually you're naturally whatever political party your parents are, because you don't actually know what's going on until you actually look into it. It's okay, I think I'm starting to figure out what I am, and basically I was yeah, I'm a conservative, but yeah, we're here, and I'm super happy to be involved with all this stuff, but and I'm more than happy to be involved with the College Republicans of America and our state chapter, but yeah, we're just trying to help spread the conservative message around.
That's awesome. That's a pretty cool point that you just made. You said that family was saying that Obama was doing a good job, and then you said, quote, well, why are there still problems? That makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. You'll have someone and that's just how it sometimes goes in history. It's oh, why is it always that this person is saying, oh, this is the way it is? Oh, well, they happen to win. It's Obama happened to win the election, so everything's fine now. Obama, it's same thing with Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden won, all our problems are fixed. It's why are things worse now? So anyone who basically isn't even into politics will be told by someone Joe Biden's doing a good job, and they'll look at that sure about that? I don't know. But yeah, I think basically the moment I had as a kid, everyone has it at some point in their lives, and it's that snapping moment of what I've been told is, can I swear in the air?
No, it's not. OBS is fine. Yeah. If you did, it is what it is, But why don't you step a little bit closer? So I had to reach over there a little bit, but if you could step over to the right just a little bit, there you go. So what are you going to be, as you wave to the people at home, would you like to say hi to anybody at the house?
Yeah, I guess hi to my dad and hi to my brother. Hi, Dad. Hi, Michael. How you doing? They probably don't watch this, but yeah. No, hi to you guys. I'll show them this clip for sure. And hello to the College Republicans of America. Hope I'm representing you guys well. Yeah.
That's awesome. Do you want to be in office? Do you want to run for office someday?
At this point, I don't know. I do want to just be able to go ahead with my career, but whatever ends up happening, but I'm at this point more focused on my college career and what I'm going to be doing with my future. But you know what? That's definitely something I'd love to be able to come back to at some point, though. But you know what? I'm more than happy to get involved with the political process in the Republican Party, and it just makes me happy to be involved with the American, like I just said, the American political process. Sorry if I'm repeating myself. But, yeah.
You're doing great. Hey, I repeat myself a few times, as some of you guys know back there. But can you, if you'd like, if there's anybody else that you think would want to come over and talk to us, you go ahead and bring them over for us. We can't make it over this barrier right now, but yeah, anybody that you think would be great to talk to.
I'll go ask those people over there and see if they're all good. But hey, let me right now just shake your hand and say thank you for giving me this interview right now, man.
Of course. Thank you for talking with us. Well, good stuff. I mean, it's always good to see college people standing up for truth when you deal with things like some of the other schools out there that are anti this country. You know, I remember seeing a number of different protests. And then before we get to our next sponsor, I just want to make a point that we saw a number of protests that said, the person held up their sign and said, "I hate it here." Interesting. You know, if that person hates it here, there's other places that you could probably go if you don't like the country. I mean, this is a great, great country. It still is, and hopefully it will continue to grow with a America First president in office. I do want to tell you about our friends over at Tax Network USA. If you're struggling at all with back taxes, Tax Network USA will help bring you financial freedom and help you along that way. So all you got to do is look at that website right there. It is the tnusa.com/RSBN, or you can call that number you see on your screen, 800-357-1415. They don't just negotiate; they actually protect your assets from the IRS. And also with 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So give them a shout if you need it, as April isn't really around the corner yet, but it's always good to be prepared as we approach tax season here in the country. Once again, my name is Matthew Alvarez. I am on Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez if you'd like to give a follow. My wife is also on there. I didn't plan on talking about this, but Jenna Alvarez as well. She follows me on there as well if you'd like to give her a follow. But she's somebody that is a conservative Christian patriot that loves this country as I do, and is a great support. So hello to you, Jenna. I know you're watching the live broadcast right now. So once again, it was supposed to be 7 o'clock for the speech by President Trump. Obviously, it's 7:51, but we're going to always give President Trump a break. Why? Because his travel schedule is unprecedented, going all around the Northeast right now. Again, let's rewind to Monday. He was in Iowa, then he went to New York, then to New Hampshire, the day after a victory in Iowa, and then now back to New York, and now en route right here to the Granite State in New Hampshire. A great speech last night. He was pretty genuine at the end of that speech when he talked about his schedule. He says, I'm going to be here, I'm going to be there, and I'm not going to try and impersonate President Trump because I don't have a good impersonation skill on that. But one of the pre-program speakers actually gave it a shot. He was pretty good. And there's a few of them out there that are pretty awesome when they do that. Some good comedy by some people on the right and the conservative movement, which was great. And I know that I talk about Greg Gutfeld a lot. I was actually able to see him at his comedy show in Pennsylvania a few months ago, actually back in September of last year. And it was great to see him there in Pennsylvania. Got a chance to meet him, and he's a great dude. I like that guy. And speaking of Greg Gutfeld, Carly Bonnet on Truth Social as well apparently is at the Gutfeld show tonight for the taping of that. So I'm not going to get into promoting other places, but at the end of the day, Greg Gutfeld has a great show on Fox. That's about the only great show on there. There's a couple others, but whatever. We're not going to get into that right now. These sponsors that we have, these partners that we have here at Right Side Broadcasting Network are with us because they believe in the America First policies that President Trump has set forth for Agenda 47. So it's pretty great pretty awesome to see that connection happen. And any of you out there as well that have a small business or even a larger business that is a Patriot-owned or even a veteran-owned business, if you'd like to become a partner with Right Side Broadcasting Network, go ahead and reach out to us on the RSBN website, RSBN, RSBnetwork.com. As well as that, you can go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for a number of great articles and information that you can get into your inbox by just going to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. If you'd like to donate as well, it's just /donate from there. So let's take another live look right now here at the, well, we're going to move the camera just a little bit to the side. We'll take a live look at the crowd here as we are in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, coming to you live, wall-to-wall coverage with interviews from the people that are here. Again, you heard from Carolyn Leavitt earlier, born in New Hampshire, so it must be great for her to be able to speak on behalf of the president, or in the sense of the MAGA Inc. Organization, but also to be able to go around the country and to use her skill to be able to communicate to the American people what President Trump is all about, which, let's be real, we know a lot of detail about the president from 2016 to 2020. Remember what that was like, being under someone that is making America great again or putting America first. And he's not standing up there saying, when I win the presidency. He always says, when we win the White House. So it's wonderful to be here in Portsmouth as well. We're going to also thank one of our great partners with the Birch Gold Group. As we head toward a presidential election in November, one thing you can be sure of, 2024 will be a tumultuous year. So how will your hard-earned savings fare? So you already see the impacts of inflation at the pump, the grocery store. The dollar continues to lose buying power quicker than wages can increase. So how are you protecting your savings? All you got to do is consider diversifying with gold from Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been the choice of investors and central banks to hedge against inflation. So now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of Birch Gold. You see it right there. It's Trump to 888. So text Trump to 989898, and Birch Gold will actually send you a free info kit on gold. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. And the best part is that you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied customers, you can trust Birch Gold. Text Trump to 88898. Well, right now it is 7:57 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's go to the crowd cam for about 3 minutes. We'll see you right here at 8 p.m. Just in a few minutes, we will continue our commentary right here from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Top of the hour here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. President Trump on his way to speak in front of a few hundred people here, just again right across the border from Maine after a speech last night in Atkinson. And then he will go to Concord on Friday night. He also has a speech slated for Saturday and Sunday as we get really close, 6 days away from the New Hampshire primary. The first in the nation primary after a huge win in the Hawkeye State just Monday night, as you saw right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, on Rumble right now and on YouTube or wherever you're watching us, on the app, on the website. If you'd send a link to your friends and family as we continue to grow the network. But also, as people are watching the speech tonight, there's always encouragement when President Trump takes to the stage. And that's why many people are leaving mainstream media, because they want conservative media. They want something that resonates with the American people. And part of the reason why I believe people genuinely, whether President Trump was running or not, like Donald Trump, is because I believe he's an entertaining figure. He's funny. He gets the job done when he if he's building a great skyscraper or a hotel, The Apprentice. I mean, these were fun things. But then on top of that, he had a lot of experience when it came to working with, government or employees or people around, because think about his Letters to Trump book, the amount of celebrities and heads of state that would write to Donald Trump. They all liked him then. And then, of course, when he runs for office on the Republican ticket, a few of those people, they bail. Interesting how that works. Because when it comes down to it, the Constitution of this great land is what President Trump stands for, and that's what we the people stand for. And so my point to all what I'm saying here is that the mainstream media is losing ratings every single day. They're turning, the people are, to the conservative media, which is growing by leaps and bounds, because I know that you guys, I believe, want someone that's on camera, regardless of who it is. Brian Glenn, Christina Bobb, Vanessa Broussard, Catherine Cipher, myself, conservative podcasters that talk just straight up with you. There's no hiding anything. It's just being like, hey, listen, we used to work in mainstream media. Now we get an opportunity to talk about the great things that President Trump did, and also interview people right here on the ground in New Hampshire. So let's take a live look, as it's getting a little bit more rowdy here in Portsmouth right now. We'll take a live look at the crowd here at the hotel here in just a second. But we can say also that the president is just constantly leading in all of these polls that we see. I'm going to go to those polls real quick from Real Clear Politics. And what I see is the same thing that happened in Iowa. Whether it's the St. Anselm or Emerson, that lovely CNN poll, USA Today, CBS News, President Trump has a huge lead over Nikki Haley, who said she would endorse President Trump and wouldn't run if he decided to run. Well, we see where she stands right now. Loyalty, obviously, a big deal. And we can go into Ron DeSantis a little bit when it comes to the fact that that commercial that he had with back in the day saying, "Make America Great Again." He was with his family talking about all this great America First policies, enacted all MAGA. Why would you run now? Why not run in 2028, regardless if I or someone else likes Ron DeSantis or not? I mean, come on. At the end of the day, what we're looking for is an America First patriot. Ron DeSantis, a great governor in Florida. And hopefully what we see is America First policies come back to this country, because what we've seen, obviously, is the left-wing media continually throwing all of these attacks and all of these rights being taken from the American people. If you look at immigration right now, you know that Agenda 47 is the answer to the illegal immigration crisis that we see on the southern border. If you look at inflation, if you look at the constitutional rights, veteran homelessness, health care, education. I'm reminded right now of a conversation I had with my wife actually earlier today about the anti-homeschool lobbyists. There's actually lobbyists that are going against homeschool. Why is that happening? Do these lobbyists want the schools and the indoctrination and the brainwashing to be controlling the youth of our country? It's called parental choice, which is also part of Agenda 47 when it comes to parents have the right to decide where their children can go to school. There should be no issue with that. So at the end of the day, the anti-homeschool movement with the lobbyists, quite interesting to see the amount of indoctrination that happens, not only through college and high school and middle school and onward, even through the mainstream press, the international press. For so many years, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC or the BBC or Sky News or Fox News or CNN, MSNBC, and all the major so-called major networks, they're all getting deflated right now because the viewers are going to, it's kind of like the viewers are going towards freedom and the truth, or they might like the propaganda. They might be hooked to the CNNs of the world. So as we see, as this election cycle continues, we will see how things transpire when it comes to ratings in the mainstream press. And as I'll move out of the way right now. We're going to take a live look at the crowd here and wait on President Trump to arrive on stage. Some of the numbers from the Emerson poll, 44 to 28. The USA Today poll, 46 to 26. President Trump leading throughout that right now. So, looking great here with Patriots and people from all over New Hampshire. We did talk to somebody from Massachusetts earlier. Looking forward to a speech here by the president. Now, again, Friday night, 7 o'clock, Concord, New Hampshire, will be the next live broadcast for Right Side Broadcasting Network. Brian Glenn will be in the house on Friday. I'll join him there. It'll be great to speak with Brian. Always having great commentary and great points made, especially being in the Washington, D.C. area, connected there at the Capitol and with what's going on Capitol Hill. It's always good to hear his insight and his expertise when it comes to what is happening in the Congress and in the Senate as well. So looking forward to that on Friday night. Then a speech will be on Saturday as well by President Trump, and on Sunday. At this point, that is what is on the schedule for DonaldJTrump.com for the president. We are live here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Let's go to the crowd cam for just a few more minutes as we await President Donald J. Trump. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We are live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to give RSBN a follow on Truth Social and the Locals page as well. And if you'd like to follow me, it's at Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Well, you've been looking live there here on the Crowd Cam on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for joining us. President Trump about to take the stage any moment from now. Obviously, as soon as that starts, we'll go right to the stage. In the meantime, joining me right now is Derek and his son, Devin from Massachusetts, guys. So tell us about your dad. Did he drag you to this thing, or did you want to go?
I dragged him. Yeah, I saw that he was going to be here, and we're just from Massachusetts. We're, hour and a half away, really?
About an hour and a half. Yeah.
So
did you think twice when he asked you, hey, Dad, let's go?
I didn't hesitate. I told my boss I need to leave early, and we're here. We're having a great time, and just make things better.
What are your thoughts about President Trump, but also what are your thoughts about the country right now and what we're dealing with?
Well, right now it's crazy. Gas prices are at an all-time high, and just under President Trump, it was a lot better. The country overall.
And then your thoughts, sir. I mean, when President Trump won in 2016, were you surprised at that point?
I was surprised, but you know what? This is what we need. We need the country to be run like a business. Donald Trump's an excellent businessman, and when he was our president, it was run like a business, and everything worked well. Unemployment was down, everything was down, gas prices were down. It's just the way it needs to be. It needs to go back to where it was.
Are you concerned about your son's future?
Very concerned, and that's why we need Donald Trump in office. We need more people like him to step up in the future.
Would you, years ago, if it was another president we were talking about, would you be so outspoken, about President Trump? I mean, you know what I'm saying, about the president?
I'm not really sure how to answer that. Probably not. I don't know. For some reason, I've always been a big fan of Trump, and a lot of people don't agree with some of the things he says, but you know what? He runs the country like a business, and that's what needs to be done.
Peace through strength. Derek and Devin, thanks so much for making the trip up here to New Hampshire.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, guys. Take care. Derek and Devin here from Massachusetts, waiting to see the president. They said this will be their first time listening to President Trump's speech. It'll be interesting to hear what he says after yet another day in New York and back here in Portsmouth. Just 24 hours ago, he was in Atkinson, as many of you know that are faithful viewers on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And those of you that are tuning in for the first time, it's interesting to use the word tuning in. Obviously, it's just a phrase that we use in TV, but at the end of the day, we're all streaming, right? Streaming through Rumble or YouTube or the RSBN app or the RSBN Network website. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm Matthew Alvarez, and we do have a lot of coverage coming up later this week, and this weekend's going to be packed, and it's going to be we're about 6 days from the January 23rd, first in the nation primary, right after a great win in Iowa. So on the heels of Iowa, interesting that the mainstream media in New York and D.C. and that kind of thing. Let's take a live look real quick as I'm talking about this point that I'd like to make. What they want to do is not cover President Trump, not let him have his speech live. They dip into coverage for other candidates, but not for President Trump. So they're censoring a leader of the free world. But also, on top of that, you saw what was inside the minds and the hearts of a number of known people on CNN and MSNBC. They reacted with such hate towards the American people and towards President Trump after his speech. And then right now, they tone it back a little bit, back into their shell. And then, isn't that interesting how that works? So, regardless, we are live here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. For those of you watching on Rumble, on the live chat, go ahead and say hello to us. As a couple people are yelling in the front row there, pumping their fists, waiting to see the president. That's always fun, too. I mean, he goes off the teleprompter a lot, which is always fun to hear. Some stories and some quips, and he also, it's almost like it's a news report in a way. You'll hear his commentary on what the heck's going on out there in this country and what he's dealing with. And these people were waiting outside in the cold. That didn't bother them from waiting. Now they're inside on their feet. I think there are a few seats up front I can't see from this vantage point. But you can see a couple people trying to get the crowd a little bit more involved and rowdy. But at the end of the day, they just want to hear from the man himself. When we cover these events at big arenas, it's wild. Somebody will start the wave, or they'll chant "Let's go Brandon," or they'll chant USA, or I hear a few people saying "We love Trump" over here right now. So it's always fun to hear the different chants. What a chant that is! Let's go Brandon. I mean, you're at that NASCAR. I believe it was NASCAR, that race, and the reporter, she's like, "Well, they're saying let's go Brandon." Well, as we know, that's not what they were saying. And then all those college football stadiums around the country chanting it. It is what it is. I mean, when you are someone that is so let's be real, he was very nasty when he does these speeches. Like President Trump said last night, he says that Biden comes out there and he's like, MAGA, 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 and he's all anti-MAGA, and then from there he goes back into his shell of low energy. And what a great comment that was back when it was low energy Jeb. That was awesome. I don't know about you, but sometimes I watch the different debates from 2016 and 2020 and the zingers from President Trump. I mean, he's bringing a whole lot of skill into those debates, not only as a politician, not only as the leader of the free world, but with all of his media experience. I think it was 14 seasons or 12 seasons of The Apprentice. So, being interviewed as a real estate mogul for years, he's used to all that. So there's seems like he's got nerves of steel. That's why they call him Teflon Don. Okay, so I know we've been talking a lot about Donald Trump, and rightly so, but there's so many other great patriots out there. Whether you're someone that's a podcaster or someone that is working at a conservative media outlet, doing great things for our country, you think about some of the people that are on the West Coast right now. You think about Carrie Lake and others that are fighting for the Arizona people, and all of the Republicans and the MAGA Republicans that are in California as well. I know a few of them. A shout out to Susan Swift, who has appeared on various networks. Susan Swift fighting for the unborn. I remember meeting her at AmFest 2022, and it's just great to see the amount of people from just all walks of life around the country that are standing for the Constitution of the United States. Let's see what will be happening here at any moment. We'll see if the music would go down, and we'll go right to President Trump here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. We are live right now, awaiting President Donald J. Trump. It's 8:23 on the East Coast, 7:23 for those of you watching in the Central Time Zone, 6:23 in the Mountain Time Zone. Might as well go all the way to the 5:23 out there in the great West Coast. I used to work in Colorado, in Grand Junction, Colorado. It was my first reporting job in 2005, and I'll tell you, other than what just happened in Colorado with a few judges that said, "Oh, we're going to try and take Trump off the ballot," like ridiculous. Can you believe that? You're trying to take somebody off the ballot that more than 100 million people like. And who knows, it could be more than that in this country. How about Viktor Orban out in Hungary and the people of that nation? How about people in Brazil when Jair Bolsonaro was the president? These people like Donald Trump. They like MAGA. They like freedom. And that's what he stands for, obviously. So back to what I was saying in Colorado, the absolute most gorgeous state, in my opinion. I love Florida. I love Arizona. I got engaged in Arizona, in Sedona. And but I will say, Colorado and that border to Utah where Arches National Park. I mean, this is a beautiful, beautiful country. It's a wonderful country. But all of the negativity from the left wing, all of the negative political rhetoric that's all about hate that is from the left, when we are people that love our country, love our God, love each other, love the soil of this great land. I remember doing trips to Australia, Chad, Africa. I was in Rome for a flight connection, so it doesn't really count. I was in London before. Now, all of those trips there, and Mexico and Costa Rica, all of them were for Christian mission trips that I went on in college with buddies of mine. We just were like, let's go. I mean, we have our faith. Let's go share our faith with people. Let's go see what the world looks like. And it was very interesting to be on soil that had different flags flying. It wasn't the United States, but man, I'll tell you, when you come back to your home, this great land, it was great to be back. And I do want to tell you a quick story. When I was in Chad, Africa, there was, by the way, the people of Chad were smiling and happy. We were walking around, my buddies and I, we joined Youth with a Mission, which is YWAM. If you'd like to look it up, go ahead. It's just a cool organization that's around the world. Anyway, so we're in Africa, and we're walking around, and the people of Chad were waving. We were saying hi to people. And then I went to this one marketplace with a few of my friends there, and the guy was selling face plates for watches, kind of like a flip-top thing. And he had them all on cardboard, and you could buy them. And one of the plates had the image of Osama bin Laden. He was selling Osama bin Laden faceplate things for your watch, for a watch. I couldn't believe it. I realized then, holy smokes, I am nowhere near the United States of America right now. And that was back in 2004, was that trip to N'Djamena, Chad, which is the capital. I couldn't believe it. I was seeing, 3 years prior, we dealt with 9/11, and there we are looking at someone selling a number of Osama bin Laden plates for a watch. I just was still to this day, I'm shocked that I saw that. And still to this day, I'm even floored as I'm 42 years old. I mean, that was back when I was, 22, maybe 20 years ago? Yeah, 20 years ago, obviously. 24 minus 20 is 2004. So I was surprised that I even made those kind of trips, but I did it because I have a faith that I really, really believe in. And obviously, that's what faith is, right? Believing. But it's great that you can have a connection with God and know that He's real. And once you know that He's real, and it's not just a figment of our imagination, that really opens up a whole thing of faith and encouragement. So we have a balance in life, right? We have our faith, and then we've got our freedom. And then that's why genuinely I like President Trump, because he's someone that's standing in the gap for freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, our Second Amendment, and for us to grow our business, for us to be successful, for us to practice what we want to practice here in this country. And for anybody that wants to come against that and control the people of this nation, those are the people that need to realize that the American people are not on the left side, unless, and I'm talking about the American people that are conservatives. Now, those that are liberals that do like the left-wing policies, I don't know how you could. Is that just a hate or something? Is that a hate for God? Is that a hate for freedom? It's a deeper conversation to have maybe on a podcast with someone to talk about really why do you why would you vote for someone that is suing the Lone Star State? Why would you vote for? They're suing Texas for sticking up for themselves and guarding the border, and then there's a lawsuit from the federal government. Like, what is that? How could you vote for that? And I guess the answer would be people are brainwashed, they are indoctrinated, and possibly evil. So there's some that are evil, and then there's some that I believe are just good-hearted Americans. I know good-hearted people that, unfortunately, they just vote left. Well, hopefully this has been enough of a wake-up call of what we're dealing with in this country. This is no more right-wing, left-wing, Republican, Democrat. This is about freedom versus tyranny. This is about truth versus lies. That's what we're dealing with. This isn't, I've said this before, but it's not dramatic. I'm not trying to be dramatic here. Those are the facts. And that's what we're coming up against. So hopefully we get as many Democrats and independents, to the side of conservatism, to the side of freedom, to stand for our great men and women in uniform, to stand for the United States flag. And there's so many people, and I mentioned this last night, I want to mention it again because I think it's a very important point. And it's on my Truth Social page, at Matthew Alvarez. If you scroll down, RSBN was in Texas a couple years ago, and there was a lady on there, African American, whether you call African American or black, she was there, and her shirt said, "All Lives MAGA." And she said, "Black Lives MAGA." This left-wing rhetoric is trying to tear us Americans apart by race and dividing us. And we're seeing white people, black people, brown people, all people. It doesn't matter on the outside. They're just trying to constantly trying to come against us. All this woke junk that they keep trying to cram down our throats. But we are here to say it's time to correct the narrative. We, the people of this great country, don't want government controlling us. It was never intended to control the people. Never, ever intended to control the people. And here we are facing that right now. God help us in this time of need. It is a time of need for this country to call out on God and ask Him to pour out His Spirit in this country. It is 8:32 here on the East Coast, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Thanks so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You could be watching so many other things right now, but you are here on Right Side to see President Trump take the stage. And I know you have I believe all of you have your favorite correspondents on Right Side Broadcasting Network, but we're not in competition with each other. Brian Glenn, everywhere I go with Brian at any of these events, everybody's taking photos with Brian, or Vanessa, Christina, Catherine Cipher. I mean, because they are doing exactly what President Trump is doing. They are standing up for the American people. They're talking about policies that will crush the false narrative and crush the policies of the Biden administration. And that's exactly what this is all about. Agenda 47, his policies that he will talk about tonight in a matter of minutes. I'm not hearing that he will be here in minutes, but he's got to be at this point. It is now 8:34 here on the East Coast, awaiting President Trump. I want to thank you so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Doing the solo monologue here, sharing some points with you, sharing my heart with you, and thank you so much for watching. You're looking at the same thing I'm looking at on that screen. I'm right here with the people behind a number of people from New Hampshire and Massachusetts right now. Everybody's in pretty good spirits right now. I could see some people just getting cups of water and talking with each other a little bit. listening to the music and awaiting President Trump right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to go to the crowd cam and play some music for you. Before you know it, President Trump will take the stage. We'll have some more commentary if he doesn't, but he will be taking it very soon. I'm Matthew Alvarez here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us. And you are looking live here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire at the crowd as they await President Trump. I was looking at some quotes the other day from Margaret Thatcher, and one that I came up and saw here. Marxists can get up early. To do that to further their cause. We must get up even earlier to defend our freedom. Margaret Thatcher, a great person there in England, of course, and a number of other quotes that I was looking at. But anyway, I'm here live with Janice. She just was standing over to the cameras right there. And Janice, thank you so much for joining us right here. How you doing? And your thoughts? I mean, is this the first time you've seen President Trump?
It is, yep. It's very exciting. We waited outside for 4 hours, and we've been standing here for a couple of hours. We're just excited to have him speak.
And so what are some of the issues that you see going on in the country that you're just like, this is too much?
It's everything, like the transgender stuff, the gas prices. I mean, they are coming down a little bit, but they're not as low as when Trump was in office. The economy is terrible. The housing market is awful. We're trying to buy a house, my boyfriend and I, and we're priced out right now. So we're hoping that he gets in and things are great again,
100%, I agree with you. And what would you want to say to some of the American people that are watching right now? I mean, there's tens of thousands, if not more, all over the place watching right now. What would you want to say to people that are discouraged in the situation that we're facing?
I would say do your homework and choose the best candidate. Get out and vote.
Amen. All right, Janice, thank you so much for talking with us. And that number, I mean, I know I said 10,000 there, but I mean, tens of thousands. I mean, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people, not only watching the live stream, but then also when this thing gets put out there on Rumble and YouTube and other platforms, the amount of people that rewatch or watch for the first time. I know my best buddy down in Florida, his wife and him live down in the south of Tampa area. Point is, he watches on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I know my mom usually watches. Hello to you, Mom. And a number of other people in my family and friends as well. So obviously a great platform to watch President Trump's speech and also the commentary throughout the country. I mean, in Iowa, that was pretty awesome because we were wall-to-wall coverage there with the leading up to the Iowa caucus. If you remember, even back in early in 2023, even mid-year towards the end, there were so many trips to Iowa leading up to the first caucus there that obviously was won by President Trump. And then here in New Hampshire, he has the lead as well, as you know. And if you look at Atkinson last night, where we were at, Patriots just, flood these events, and usually standing room only at every event. So we are here in Portsmouth tonight, again in Concord, the state capital of New Hampshire, on Friday night. It is now 8:45 here on the East Coast. Thanks for sticking with us for the long haul. It'll be well worth your time as we await President Trump to talk about not only Agenda 47, but his day today. I mean, it's like everywhere he goes, it's news, right? It's just straight up news, and we'll hear what he says tonight. And it's always interesting to see what social media clips are posted throughout Truth Social and X, and articles constantly written. The name Trump or Donald Trump or former president or ex-president or President Trump discussed all the time on left-wing media, but also on conservative media as well, as we look to see how this election will pan out in November. We hope for free and fair elections. We know Mike Lindell and Steve Stern as well on PrecinctStrategy.com are working as hard as they can to inform committeemen and committeewomen on how to not only be a poll watcher, but also all the ins and outs with secretaries of state offices to make sure that this election is free and fair, regardless of what anyone would try to do when it comes to interfering with it. Can you believe, Colorado, Maine, and other states or tried to take President Trump off a ballot. I mean, you can't do that. He was a president, and he is hopefully a new president and as the 47th commander-in-chief. I was just thinking the other day as I was traveling down near D.C., about to board a flight, I saw the Pentagon, drove by the Pentagon, and I remember I was able to actually go inside the Pentagon. I was an intern at Fox News Channel in Washington, D.C. back in 2005, and walked a little bit of the E-ring, which is the outermost ring at the Pentagon where the flight on 9/11 hit. And it was quite interesting, obviously, to see a number of 9/11 quilts that were in the Pentagon there. And the reason why I bring this up is to let you know a little bit more about me, but also to talk about the fact that our military, men and women who love our country, love our land, love freedom, have fought and died for freedom, are being controlled right now by people who do not love our country. They can act like it, they can have all the right titles, but they don't love the country. If they love the country, we would see a lot of different things happening. As the guy that I interviewed earlier, he was part of the National College Republicans, and he was saying, well, family back in the day said, well, Obama won and everything's going to be okay, and everything's okay. And he said, well, no, things are still bad and they're getting worse. Like, why lie, right? That's what's going on. Why continue to lie to the American people? So I know a lot of you out there that are watching right now see through the lies, and you're upset about it. And I understand that. We understand that. President Trump obviously understands that, or he wouldn't be running to hopefully finish the job that he started, complete the entire border wall along our southern border, and also some of the people that are trying to come across from the northern border. I have been actually down to the border. It was a few years back. It was actually just a trip to San Diego. A buddy of mine lived out there, so I was just visiting him. But I know that we were right along that border, and it's just wild to see right now what's going on there, where people are just literally swimming across the Rio Grande or just walking right across and being able to make access to the United States of America. The other day I had to, I was going to get my license duplicated. I wanted to have another one to update my address and that kind of thing. I just got married in June, so the point of all that, and throw away the old license, but the point is it's an ID. It's an identification for me for this country. You have to have an ID. So why is it that people that are not from this country, we don't know who they are, where they're from, what they're doing, and they're just flooding our country to the point that if it's just 8 million people, it's probably more than that, right? 8 million people is the whole population of New York City, just walking across or swimming across or being led by some of the cartels across. The fentanyl situation that I talked about last night. For those of you that like country music, Jelly Roll, funny name, but a great artist, talking about fentanyl crisis. 190 people per day dying from fentanyl crossing from our southern border. So obviously a lot of issues there. So we're hoping that that will be shut down on the southern border as soon as possible. Hopefully through Congress, hopefully through something that can happen. But obviously we're seeing a number of these terrible deals being made by Chuck Schumer and others, saying about 10,000 people are going to be allowed in, and a number of other factors being discussed. Let's take a live look right now as the crowd getting a little bit more excited here. I want to show you the crowd here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez, live in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, as the crowd gears up for the president. And as you gear up, wherever you are watching, thank you again for tuning in. Now's a good chance if you'd like to sign up for the RSBN newsletter. All you do is go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter to receive some exclusive content and offers. Also, if you go to the same website /donate, if you feel the desire to help Right Side Broadcasting Network make all of these trips and continue being a pro-free speech network that is wants to and already is spreading the truth to this country and around the world. We know that there are global viewers watching because they say hello to us on the live chat. They say hi on Truth Social, saying where they're watching from. So to those of you watching, whatever time zone you're in out there, thank you so much for joining us. It says Trump country on the backdrop here in Portsmouth. And Trump country is definitely Iowa, definitely New Hampshire, and many states across this great country. So we know President Trump, about an hour ago, we heard he was en route to New Hampshire from New York. So any minute now, we believe, we hope, he will take the stage and deliver another rousing speech to the American people. Last night, if you remember watching right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, Vivek Ramaswamy took to the stage. President Trump called him up and had a rousing speech as well for his full endorsement for the 45th president and the leader of the free world, Donald Trump. These people here, some people are sitting down a little bit. A lot of people standing, but nobody leaving. They are glad to wait. They're glad to wait and see what the president says. And you got to remember, we obviously, for those of you just joining us right now, first of all, for those of you that have been watching this coverage since 5:15, about 5:15, 5:30, straight live from this location. Thank you. That's amazing. That's a long time to listen to me ramble on, but I'll tell you what, that's a faithful viewer right there. Thank you so much for doing that. And if that's you, go ahead to @RSBN and give them a follow, and give myself a follow if you'd like at Matthew Alvarez. Those of you just joining us right now, this is Portsmouth, New Hampshire. We're approaching the top of the hour, about 5 minutes. The energy will be great once he steps on the stage here. People are positive right now. I can tell. Just everybody's having a good time talking to each other, just waiting for the president. So thank you guys for tuning in. Again, you could be watching so many other things, but you know what? Who wants to watch mainstream media? I don't. I'll tune in here and there, but when there's a conservative media event going on, I am watching conservative media. I'm watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm on Truth Social. Obviously there's a life outside of all of what's going on, because you got to pay the bills, you got to work out, you got to cook dinner, you got to take care of your family. But this is a great balance to have, because a lot of what we're talking about here has to do with our family, has to do with the future of our country. So, can you believe it's 2024 already? It is 2024, and we are looking forward to seeing how New Hampshire fares on Tuesday. We're only 6 days away from the January 23rd first in the nation primary. I'm going to point over to a couple people, see if they want to come over here and talk. See if they will. All right. They're sitting down just over there, but a lot of people wearing Make America Great Again hats. I saw one yesterday. It was pretty cool. It was a green one. I know I've seen the Farmers for Trump before, but there was one that had like Christmas lights over it. It's pretty cool. Saw it yesterday from somebody that actually has been to, he said, about 66 or 67 Trump events. It's kind of like the front row Joes. I mean, these people, they just travel in groups, and then they like to hear the speeches and hear the pre-program with all of the great speakers that happen even before President Trump takes the stage. So we've already had the pre-program. We had a prayer, the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, and a few speakers took to the stage. So a little bit later, if you missed some of that, you can scrub a little bit back or rewind, old term if you want to use that right now, and watch some of that a little bit later after this speech here on this Wednesday, January 17th, 2024. We're hearing any minute now from the president's speech. Looking forward to that. Standing here with the press, both local and national press are at all of these events, whether it's Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, and then future campaign stops for President Trump. So a few people are getting their cameras out right now, and the music is going down. So this might be the moment here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I believe another song's going to go on. Here we go. Let's see. Yep, I'm right. People are getting excited. You heard a gasp in the crowd, but here comes the Trump chant. Let's listen in live.
President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
think it was easy to get up here tonight? It wasn't. I almost said they'd understand if I didn't show up. This crowd would not be happy. Got a lot of people outside. They couldn't get in, but this was a beautiful trip, actually. It's beautiful. It's a great place, and we've had tremendous luck here, as you know. They did a big favor for me in 2016. You remember that? We came in and we blasted it. But I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of New Hampshire. As you know, earlier this week, we had a really monumental, I would say monumental, right? It was the biggest ever. There's never been anything quite like it, not even close. I think it was double the best ever. But it was a win in Iowa, great place, incredible people. You know, the people there are great. They're great all over our country. They feel the same way. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple thing to think, right? We want to make America. Remember when Biden goes around all over, we're going to fight MAGA. I want to ask him, Joe, do you know what MAGA means? Because he doesn't have any idea. It's called Make America Great Again, right? But we were the first ever to get over that 50%. We actually had 52%, and that's never been done. And they were saying we might hit 40, and 40 was really monumental. That was big, and we got 52. And it's time for the Republican Party, frankly, to come together and to unify. We have to unify and focus all of our resources and energy and effort on defeating crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. And the radical left Democrats this November. We have to do it with your vote. 6 days from now, 6 days, it's starting, right? Those two great places, they got it going. We just left Iowa. Now we're going to soon be leaving New Hampshire with a big victory, right? Based on the polls that just came out 20 minutes ago, it's going to be a big victory, I can tell you that. Then we're going to crush, right after that, we're going to win, and we're going to crush Crooked Joe, and then, you know, we're going to put America first, and we're going to start drill, baby, drill, and we're going to do a lot of things. And we had the safest border in history. We're going to make it the safest border in history again. As you probably know, Nikki Haley is counting on Democrats to, think of that. She's well, they want to run against her. They're putting a lot of Democrats because they don't want to run against me. In 2016, they lost. And in 2020, I did much better than we did in 2016. Bad things happen. I don't want them turning off their cameras. Bad things happen. You know, when they hear that, we have to immediately turn off our cameras. But you know what happened. But we're not going to let that happen again. But we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. Nikki Haley is counting on Democrats and liberals to infiltrate your Republican primary. By the way, what's that all about? You're the only one. That's Sununu, I guess, right? The most overrated governor. He's no longer a popular governor. You know, this guy, just so you understand, I was never a fan of his, to be honest. He could have run for the Senate. He could have won. It would have given us the majority. But no, he wanted to run for president. And he did run for president. You know, I beat him in your state, New Hampshire. I beat him by 44 points. I was leading him 44 points. But he ran for president. He just didn't have the courage to say he was running. You know, he ran. I never saw a guy do more television than he did. And in the end, he had about 2 points. He had, I think, 1 point more than Ada Hutchinson, okay? You know? But why does he allow Democrats to vote in the Republican primary? Why does he allow independents and liberals to vote in the... This is about Republicans, and then we'll bring them in as they start to realize what a great job we're doing, right? But why does he allow Democrats to come in and vote? It's ridiculous. But despite that, we're leading by a lot, and I think it's going to be a little bit like Iowa. We were leading by a lot, and then we broke this record, and some people were surprised, but I wasn't, because I saw the enthusiasm. We have the same enthusiasm here. And then we go to Nevada, where I think we're up 94 points. Okay? In fact, I hear that we're up 100 points because Ron DeSanctimonious just dropped out of the race, and he's the only one that tried to challenge us. And he just dropped out of the race. He just announced it. They're dropping out. Well, wait a minute. You might have missed. Oh, this can only happen. I meant, when I say he dropped out of the race, he dropped out of the race in Nevada.
No, I was wondering, I sort of checked myself. I thought the applause was a little bit strong. No, he checked out. That's very funny. I'm glad I caught it. Because they're going, we have breaking news. Ron DeSantis. Maybe I should have left it that way. What the hell? It's going to happen anyway. We should have left it. That way the fake news would have been about four days early. That's all. No, that's fine. No, I just thought that the emotion was so great. I said, I know it's great. He just dropped out of Nevada, but it's not that big a deal, football player, a great football player. No, he just dropped out of Nevada, so he was the only one that challenged us there, and that meant, because we were up by, I think, 94, 95 points. That's not bad. And so now we've got 100% of Nevada. And then a lot of people think South Carolina's next, it's Nevada. And then we go to South Carolina, where we're leading Nikki, I think, by like 60 points. I mean, that tells you a lot. How do you lose your own state, you're governor of a state, and you're down by 60? I don't think that's going to change. He says bird brain. It's bird brain, I don't know. That's a tough one. It's bird brain, but one of those things, isn't it? Welcome to the world of politics. The people behind Nikki Haley are pro-amnesty, they're pro-China, they're pro-open borders. You know, she wants open borders, don't kid yourself. Pro-war, and they're pro-Biden, because those are the people that are sending them. Biden people are coming in. They have Biden stuff, and they're coming in to register and to vote in your primary. It is crazy. You got to get that changed. We're going to take it. If we weren't popular, how do you win? Where everybody's allowed basically to come and vote. The enemy, which let's say in this case, until it's over, because you know the whole country is going to unify by its success. When we're successful, the country is going to be unified. We are going to unify our country through success. But right now, we don't want Democrats voting in the Republican primary, Sununu. Sununu ought to do that instead of walking around with Nikki Haley, and her polls go down every day. The radical left Democrats are supporting Nikki Haley because they know she's much easier to beat than Trump. And you know what? If she weren't, they wouldn't be doing it. But you know, they're great disinformation people. Misinformation, disinformation. You know, they're almost the same, but not quite. But let's not go into definitions right now. They're very close, actually. A lot of people still don't understand it, but I give them credit for both. But they are literally, what they're doing is they will say, we want to run against Trump so bad. In the meantime, they're sending all their people to vote for Nikki Haley. The reason they do that is they want to run against Nikki Haley. Usually when they say something, it's the opposite, okay? And they're very good at it, too. They're good at cheating in elections and disinformation. She runs around with one poll from 3 months ago. It's 3 months old. In fact, the paper is frayed on the outside from her holding it up so much. You had to go. And it said she's 17 points up on Biden. But I'm the one that's up on Biden. That's the only poll she had that was good. And she's used that thing, and Fox puts it on. They all put it on. She's used it. They don't use the new polls where she's losing. She's losing to everybody. But we're winning to everybody. It just came out. We're 11 points up in Michigan. We're 9 points up in Pennsylvania. These are states that are hard. I won them in 2016. Again, I did much better with those states in 2020. But think of it. We're 11 points up in Michigan. You know why? The auto workers know that Biden sold them out. All the cars are going to be made in China based on what Biden did. How do you like what did he say? Now, this is an audience with all those cameras back there. I'm sure that's all right. That's a true fan. Who did that? Who said that? Let me see the hand. Oh, he's a tough-looking cookie. He can get away with it. You know what? He can get away with it, right? It's all right. You know, they're probably saying to their viewers that we'd like to excuse ourselves for that. In Iowa, nearly 50% of Haley voters said they plan to vote for Biden in November. Now, that means that she's like a Democrat. I actually think she might go to the Democrat Party. And I know very well, you have to stand. I really put her there because I wanted to make the lieutenant governor of South Carolina, Henry McMaster, is one of the best governors. And by the way, he really closed his, he took care of COVID. He got rid of it. He had it open. Ron had his Florida was closed and strongly closed. And he loved Fauci, just so you understand. I see where I was against Fauci. Yeah, like about 6 months later, he loved Fauci. And the state was totally closed. Henry McMaster, truly, he kept that state open, South Carolina, one of the great successes If you look at South Dakota, I could name you 7 or 8 states that really did a job. They really did. But I made him the governor. He went from lieutenant governor to governor. That was about 90% of what I wanted with putting her into the United Nations. And I put her in. She can't negotiate. I'm telling you, she can't negotiate. She's a lousy negotiator. Other than that, she's wonderful. She's a wonderful person. But if she wins, Biden wins, and I'm telling you that, and that's why they're sending all of these Democrats in to run, and it's crazy, and you got to change that rule, that law that allows Democrats to come down, and also this one-day deal where they can walk in and just sign up right away, voter registration. You got to change this stuff, Sununu. Sununu's not doing his job. I'll tell you what, I think Sununu is right now unelectable in New Hampshire, okay? I think he's unelectable. And, he has a long history because his father actually treated me very well. I don't know what happened to the father. He's letting his son do this stuff. I don't know what happened to the father, but the father was okay. He was treating me pretty good. Actually, at the end, when I was winning everything, he treated me perfectly. Before, at the beginning, it wasn't that way, but he's got to straighten out his son because they have to straighten out voting in your state. And if they don't straighten it out, you're going to have some very unpleasant surprises. But it's not going to happen with us because we're leading by a lot, despite the fact they have Democrats voting because of Nikki Haley. So if you want a nominee who is endorsed by all of the rhinos, globalists, never Trumpers, and crooked Joe Biden's biggest donors, her biggest donors are backers of crooked Joe. Is Bill Gates endorsing? Oh, and then when he comes to the White House to kiss my ass, I got to remember that. He's always coming. Hello, I'm Bill Gates. Hello, Bill. How you doing, Bill? What's up? No, but if you like all of those things, including the rhinos, then she's your candidate. I'll tell you. If you want to defeat the radical left Democrats and save America, you vote for President Trump, and we're going to do it very quickly. We had it done. We're going to do it very quickly. Primary day, most importantly, is this Tuesday, January 23rd. It's amazing how it's upon us, right? It's upon us. We're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. And remember this, we had the greatest economy. We had a tremendous success. Think of all the things we did, the best border. You never would have had Ukraine being attacked by Russia. Wouldn't have happened. I get along with Putin. I get along with Zelensky. What a horrible thing. And when you see the real number of lives, it's staggering. And all of those cities are wiped out. I mean, they're obliterated. When they say we're fighting, the cities are obliterated. It's what a sad thing. You never would have had the attack on Israel, would have never, ever happened. You remember, Iran was broke under me. They were broke. They didn't have the money to do that. They're the funders of terror, and they didn't have the money. China is now looking to go into Taiwan, and I think they're just looking. But they're a little concerned because they hear I'm coming down the road, and they would have never done it. They would have never done it. The only thing we have a stock market that's going, and the reason the stock market's okay is because they all think I'm going to win because the polls have us so far ahead. And if I don't win, I really believe you're going to have a Great Depression, just like 1929, because that's where it's headed. All the information you need is available at nh.donaldjtrump.com. Okay, so get out and vote. We got to vote, and we have to win by a lot. Don't believe the polls. It has us winning by a lot over Nikki, over everybody. I mean, Ron is in 5th or 6th place. What the hell happened to Ron? Does anybody know what happened to? I think I happened to Ron. You know what? I made Ron. I got him elected. I got him the nomination first, and I got him elected. Remember, he was running against a guy that turned out to be a crackhead, unfortunately. But at the time, he was a very popular guy and, good-looking guy. They used to say he's going to be a president of the United States within 12 years. He's going to be a president of the United States. That didn't work out too well, I don't think. But he didn't think he could beat him, but I got him elected. He was down. It was over. I mean, it was over, in Florida. And he came to see me, tears in his eyes, and he needed my endorsement. I said, Ron, you're so far down that if I were George Washington and Abraham Lincoln put together, I couldn't get you elected. He said, no, you're very popular in Florida. If you endorse me. And I endorsed him, and he went up like a rocket ship, and he ended up winning his thing. He had no chance. He was down like 30 or 40 points. And instantly he went up. He won by like 20. He went from being down 40 to winning by 20 all in 2 days or 3 days. And then he said, but I can never beat this new guy because he's a hot guy. Him and Stacey Abrams, they were the two hot people in Georgia, right? In the country. He was the hot male. She was the hot female. She was going to go great. But I got Brian Kemp elected. It wasn't for me, Brian Kemp. Well, it's one of those things. But I got Brian Kemp elected. I worked my ass off for Brian Kemp, and we got him elected. I got him the nomination first because he was in 5th place, and I got him the nomination. I endorsed him. And he's done a good job in Georgia in many ways, except with the election, he's done a good job. I mean, with the election, not a good job, but he's done a good job. And then I also got Ron. I said, Ron, you're going to make it. I'm telling you. He said, no, this guy is, I don't know. I said, well, I didn't get you the nomination for you to have that attitude. And we did 2 or 3 rallies with massive numbers of people. And I said, I'm telling you, you're going to make it. And he even started to believe it, and he ended up making it. He won by 90,000 votes. And the rest is history. There was not a lot of loyalty. 4 years later, they said, will you run against the president? Remember? And he said, I have no comment. I said, he has no comment. No comment means he's running to smart people. A smart person would say that means, a lot of my people backstage that get paid a lot of money. Sir, he's a Republican. He wouldn't do that. He said, oh, yes, he would. He would. When they say no comment, so we hit him early and hard. They said, please, sir, don't hit him that hard. Why? He's a Republican. They said, I said, I don't care if he's a Republican or not. And we hit him hard. By the time he joined the campaign, he was pretty much decapitated. But he has not done a good job in campaigning. But I'm sure he's a nice fellow. I think he's going to be gone. I think all of those applause, that was funny. But I think you can probably save him for about a week or so because I think he's going to be gone. He's in 5th. Yeah. Well, we're going to hear that. I suspect now. Well, I hear he's going to drop out pretty soon, but we'll see. We'll see. May God bless him. Do you agree? May God bless him. He's going to need it. One of the most important issues in this race is which candidate can rescue the American economy and save the American dream. So I had the greatest economy in history. Your gasoline was at numbers that you've never seen. Did you know? Here's another thing for Sununu to work on. Do you know that New Hampshire has the highest energy costs in the whole United States? You're the highest energy cost, single highest. New England is the highest area. But you have the highest energy. That's because of Sununu. There's no reason for that. It's because of Sununu. I mean, these guys, how they get away with it, it's amazing. But you have record low unemployment. This is what you had. And for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, all over the country, Asian Americans, young Americans, old Americans, veterans. Veterans love Trump. Look what I've done. Where is Al? Is Al around here? Where is Al? Al Baldessaro. Boy, we have such veteran support. Where is Al? He's back in Florida. What the hell happened? Get him back to New Hampshire, will you, please? But what a great guy. But we did great for the veterans. And as you know, we're going to build a big veterans hospital here. You're the only state that doesn't have one. We're going to build a big one. So we're going to build a big one. But we had record low poverty rates. We're talking countrywide. We had record low poverty rates, record high incomes, highest incomes, record incomes ever anywhere. And we increased the typical American family's take-home pay by over $6,000. The Democrats were $5,000 negative. We were $6,000 positive. And that's without inflation. If you think about that, without inflation, virtually everybody, I think I can take the word virtually off, but everybody was better off under Trump. And you compare it to this administration, it's just not even a contest. That's why the polls are so good, because there's a comparison. They could never be this good, but there's a comparison when you look at all the horrible mistakes, the Afghanistan disaster, but you look at all of the horrible, you notice the way the press buries that so fast? You don't hear about it anymore. You don't hear about it. But everything they do turns out to be not so good. I can't think of one thing they've done properly or well. And the border is the worst of all, probably. No, no, Afghanistan to me is just so bad because it represented such weakness and such. We were going to leave. I was the one that got it all set, but we were going to keep Bagram, the air base. It's one of the biggest air bases in the world. Not because of Afghanistan, but because it's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear missiles, okay? And that was going to be, we're going to keep that. I wouldn't give that up because billions and billions of dollars to build many, many years ago. And it's perfectly located for China. And you know who has it now? China. China has it. They left the lights on. They left the dogs behind, by the way. A lot of people say, what happened to the dogs, for you dog lovers? The Democrats left the dogs behind, and typically the Taliban does not love dogs. You know that, right? They're not big fans of the dogs, right? So you know what happened. I stand before you today as the only candidate who is up to the task of saving America from every single Biden disaster, and there are a lot of them, starting on day one. You know, this guy would go to the beach. One of his many consultants said to him, "You look great, sir, in a bathing suit." You go to the beach and show that body, and the American public, especially the women, they're going to vote for you in droves. They're going to vote for you in droves, sir. And then they see him walking through the sand. He wasn't able to get his feet up. The sand was... But worse is he couldn't lift that. It's 9 ounces. I actually had it. It's 9 ounces. It's meant for a child to lift up for grandpa, you know? So a little child, a beautiful little child like that one right there could lift that sucker up like nothing. Joe is... I don't know why somebody, with all the Secret Service, why doesn't somebody move that chair for him? Because it doesn't look good. You know, they are really light. You know, it's like a feather, right? But if he would have gone to the beach, it would have been okay. If he left everything that we did alone. But he didn't do that. He took a lot of, like, remain in Mexico. What's wrong with that? Remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get? I got it. Nobody thought it was even possible. I said to the president, you have to do it. And he said, and I got along very well with him. He's a great guy. He's a socialist, but you can't have everything. But we got along. You know what? We got along very well, actually. But I said, you got to do it. You got to give us 28,000 soldiers. You got to have a remain in Mexico policy, and you have to have catch and release in Mexico. You know, catch and release. We have catch and release in the United States. I said, we're going to change 2 words. We're going to change from United States. We're going to deduct 1 from United States. I'm actually right. 2 words, because you have to be careful, because they get you in this. But 2 words, you're going to bring it down to 1. It's going to be Mexico's replacing United States, right? But it's catch and release, and we're going to put them and leave them in Mexico until we vet them and see. Because right now we have millions of people streaming into our country. It's an invasion. And you take a look at that invasion. They're coming from all over the world, not just South America, not just from Guatemala and Honduras, not just from Mexico. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Africa. They're coming from the Congo. We caught the other night, they caught some people that looked pretty tough. And we thought they were soldiers from the Congo. They weren't. They were prisoners from the Congo. They were prisoners. The good news is they make our prisoners look like sweethearts, okay? These are seriously tough people. So they came in. They're coming in from Africa. They're coming in from Asia. They're coming from all over the Middle East. They're coming from Yemen. Yesterday they caught 4 people. They call them Yemenis. That's the country we're bombing right now. And the one in charge of the bombing is sitting in a hospital with a laptop on his stomach, like a child would play war games, right, with a laptop. And he was missing in action for 5 days. He was the Secretary of Defense. He was missing in action for 5 days. One thing I'll say about Biden, he's very loyal. He never fires anybody. I sort of had the opposite. I am more loyal than him, but I was the opposite. I used to fire a lot of people because if they didn't do a job, they got fired. And it sort of gave them incentive. But he never fires anybody. When you have Afghanistan and you don't fire one person, not one general. I got rid of Comey. I fired Comey because he was no good. He was terrible at the FBI. And it was not an easy firing either. But if we didn't do that, we probably wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now because they had bad things in mind. They had bad things in mind. But this guy never fires anybody, no matter how bad they are. Look at what's happening with our airports, and it's a disaster. And Buttigieg, you know Buttigieg? You know, years ago I said, how do you pronounce that damn name? And they said, Edge, the word edge. That's the way it's pronounced, Buttigieg. He ain't doing too good a job. Those airports are bad. If people get a plane that's on time, it's like a miracle, right? It's like, did you know that I actually got out 2 weeks ago? I got on time. But these planes are sometimes 2 days late. It's the worst it's ever been. There's never been anything like it. And he's supposed to be one of the hot candidates for president. I don't think that's going to work out. Do you think Pocahontas is going to run again? It's your next door neighbor. Somebody said, what's the best of your nicknames? I said, I don't get into that because so many of them are now friends of mine. So they said, could you do me a favor? Don't do that to me anymore. I could give you a lot of them. A lot of good Republicans have nicknames, during the primaries, right? But they disappeared. But I think one of the better ones is Pocahontas because they said she was of Indian blood. Her mother said her cheekbones were high and therefore she's an Indian, okay? She got away with a lot, right? She got jobs because of it. She went to college because of it, good colleges. And they said, how the hell did she ever get into those colleges? She got in because she was, according to her, an Indian. That knocked out her career pretty fast, too, didn't it? As soon as I get back in the White House, I will quickly end Joe Biden's inflation catastrophe. We will stop his wasteful spending. We will terminate his Green New Scam. And we will, as I said, drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And you can bank on this because it's easy. Despite your governor, he should have been able to do it himself. We will cut New Hampshire energy prices in half, and we will do it very, very quickly. New Hampshire, your prices are going to be cut, and they're going to be cut very substantially. We can get your energy down to less than half substantial. I'm going to focus on it. And it's not only here. Massachusetts, all of New England has energy prices that are double, some places triple, other places in the U.S. And that shouldn't be happening. That shouldn't be happening. And that's why you need good governors. Well, Joe Biden is pushing the largest tax hike in American history, which he is. I will make the Trump tax cuts the largest ever, larger than Reagan's. I'm going to make them permanent. We have to make them permanent. If the Democrats get in, they're going to let that float. It comes due in a year, less. And they're going to let it float. Your taxes will go up approximately 4 times. Would you mind paying 4 times more than you're paying right now? You would not be happy, right? She's a good Trump fan, this one, right? When I see a Trump sign 2020, oh, she's got a 2020 because you remember, because you're not going to forget. I know what that means. You're not going to forget. Thank you. Thank you, darling. I appreciate it. Instead of cutting your taxes, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSanctimonious supported a brutal 23% national sales tax. How do you like that idea? You know who that affects? The middle class and poor people. A poor person is going to pay a 23% tax. A poor person. Forget about middle class. A poor person is going to pay a 20%. And a rich person, that's a great deal for them. It's a great deal for them. But that's what they're pushing, a 23% national sales tax. That's just one of the many positions that they take that makes them, in my opinion, completely unelectable. They have many opinions. They have many things that make them unelectable. But you don't even hear about the 23% tax. I don't know if anybody in the room, but you're going to hear about it a lot over the next 5 days because that's what they want. They want to knock out your Social Security. They want to lift up the age to 70 or more. She wants to lift it to 77. Is anybody thrilled about that? You're getting ready to pick up your check. You're tired. I can understand. I should be there too. What the hell do I need this for? Right? I could be there too. Actually, according to her, I'd be very close to receiving I'm just, believe it or not, I feel like I'm about 35 years old. I actually feel better now than I did 30 years ago. Tell me, is that crazy? I feel better now. And I think cognitively, I'm better than I was 20 years ago. I don't know why. I said, doctor, Doc Ronnie, right? Ronnie, do you know Ronnie? Ronnie Jackson? I said, should I take a cognitive test? Because for a while, they were saying, this guy is so brilliant, he wants to take over the world. And that wasn't working. This guy is like unbelievable, the job he's doing. We have to stop him. He's a genius. That wasn't working. Then they said, this is one of the dumbest human beings ever. And that wasn't working, but I didn't like that one as much. That was bad. So I asked Doc Ronnie, who is, as you know, the White House doctor for Obama, for Trump. Great doctor. He's also an admiral in the Navy, highly respected admiral. Now he's a congressman in Texas. I asked him, Doc Ronnie, should I take a test? By the way, the press would often ask him, who's in the best health? Who's better? Trump or, I don't even want to mention Biden. I don't want to mention Trump or Biden. Remember when he said, I'm going to take him to the back of the barn? You know what, with him, you know what I'd have to do? I go like this. Down goes Biden. Down goes Biden. But if I say it, here's the difference. Everyone thought it was so nice when he said, remember he used to say, I would take him to the back of the barn. Remember, he used to say, everybody, the press, the fake news back there, look at all those cameras, the fake news, they used to go like, oh, that's terrible that I would. So I made the mistake of saying, oh, really? I'll take him. I'll knock him so hard, he'll never understand what the hell happened. He'll be out of space. They said, isn't that terrible that it was okay for him to say it. When I said it once, it was like a massive nightmare. But anyway, now he talks. But they asked Ronnie, who's better, Barack Hussein Obama? Remember Rush Limbaugh? He used to go, Barack Hussein Obama. He would scream the word Hussein. I wonder why he was doing that. But he would scream the word. But I'd say, so who's in better health? They would actually ask, the media would ask, who's in better health, President Obama or President Trump? And he would say, President Trump, 100%. In fact, he said if he didn't eat so much junk food, he'd be around for 200 years. He said that. That's Ronnie Jackson of Texas. And then when he left, he retired and he ran for Congress and he won, I think, by 48 points. He was very popular in Texas. He's a great congressman. He's doing a really good job. But I did say, what about a cognitive test? He said, well, it's not that easy. Let me tell you. And it's taken at Walter Reed, which, by the way, is a great place. Unbelievable doctors. They see it all. They see all these people come in with the worst injuries you've ever seen. They're unbelievable. But I said, what about it? Because, when they say that me, cognitively, I'm up here making a speech with no notes. I got these teleprompters. I haven't started practically reading them yet. Do you think he could do that? He can't do it. He can't read the teleprompters. He can't find the stairs off the damn podium. But I said, well, I'm good at tests, so what's the story? He said, well, the problem is, people will find out, and if you do badly, it's not a particularly good thing. You don't want to have some guy get like a disaster. I said, well, is that a hard test? It can be hard. I said, look, I got to take it because I got to shut it up. And I took it, and I aced it. I think it was 30 questions. And let me tell you, they always show you the first one, like a giraffe, a tiger, or this, or that, a whale. Which one is the whale? Okay, and that goes on for 3 or 4, and then it gets harder and harder and harder, and then it's multiplied 3,293 times 4, divide by 3. They have plenty of tough stuff. But those last 15, 20 questions, I guarantee you Biden couldn't get by number 3. I think he'd probably get the whale. A test for a president, if you had a little store someplace like a candy store, would you trust Joe Biden to run your store while you go off to New Hampshire to find a small hill to go skiing? The answer is no way. But you'd trust Trump. But some people would say, I trust Trump in terms of competence, but I don't want him to run away with my damn stuff. They'd trust Trump. They give me such a bum rap, these people. They are so bad. They are so bad. But they would trust Trump. But they wouldn't trust. They had a thing the other day. What would you trust him to run your business? Okay, small business, tiny little. What's the smallest business? What's the easiest? Whatever it is. A lemonade stand. He said, "Thank you, thank you very much. I was waiting for that. That's very good." I would say that would get A on the question, right? A lemonade stand. Would you trust Joe Biden to run a lemonade stand while your son leaves for vacation for 3 days to another nicer, even nicer part of New Hampshire, right? The answer is nobody would trust him. Nobody would trust him. And he's running the country, and he's negotiating with Putin and President Xi, who are very strong, and Kim Jong-un he's negotiating with, who doesn't even want to talk to him. They don't even return his phone calls. They don't respect us. They laugh at us, and we have become a joke. We have become a joke. But we will be a great nation again, and it'll be very quick. Just think of the field day Biden would have with Haley or DeSanctimonious. Take a look at the polls. She's getting killed. And she uses that one poll. I'm telling you, it's filthy dirty. It's like, here, I'm up. She would get killed. But they want her badly. Nikki Haley wants to gut Medicare and Social Security. She says the retirement age of 65 is way too low. She wants it to be 75 or 77. Anybody, you must be about 69. That looks... Actually, he's very, what they really want to do? They want to really go after very young people. Put it back far enough. You'd fit that bill. You're not going to be happy in 20 years, I can tell you that. But while Ron voted 3 times to raise the age, he actually voted. You know, he's a big Paul Ryan fan. Anybody that's a Paul Ryan fan, you don't want in the Republican Party. Nikki said she wants to raise the retirement age to match the life expectancy, which really means that you're talking about 77 or 78. Is everybody happy with that? I had a feeling you might say that. But you're going to work your entire life. You work all the time, and you earn that. And, you know, we have more liquid gold and wealth under our feet than any other nation. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas, more liquid gold. Well, I just met non-liquid gold. You know where it was? Iowa. It's called corn. It's non-liquid. That's my take. You have more non-liquid gold. They said, what is that? I said, corn. They said, we love that idea. You know, that's a pretty cool thought, isn't it? That's a nickname in its own way, but we came up with a new couple of words for corn. Nikki Haley supported Rhino Paul Ryan's 2011 plan to destroy Medicare, the same plan that led the Democrat ads, which was a disastrous ad, showing Republicans wheeling Granny off the cliff. Do you remember that? That was Paul Ryan throwing Granny off the cliff. We're not doing that. We're not taking care of our grannies like that. And speaking of grannies, tomorrow I have a funeral for the mother who was a great woman of Melania, our First Lady, and a popular First Lady, former First Lady, First Lady. You could say, they're all saying First Lady, First Lady. It's not First Lady, but a very popular First Lady. And her mother was incredible. And I'm leaving from here, and I'm going to Florida. We're going to have a beautiful service for our beautiful, we say grandmother, because Barron, nobody took care of Barron. Nobody took care of a child better than she did. She loved Barron so much. And she fed him. She wanted only her food. And he turned out to be very tall. So she did a very good job with the food, I would say, you know. But Barron loved her so much. He's having a hard time with that. And Melania loved her so much. So we're going to have a beautiful funeral service for her tomorrow in Florida, in Palm Beach, Florida. A vote for Nikki Haley this Tuesday is a vote for Joe Biden and a Democrat Congress this November, because that's what's going to happen. You can't do it. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to fire crooked Joe Biden, kick the Biden crime family out of the White House. Did you ever see anything like this? And you know about voter stuff, they rig the election, right? So they rig the election, and they go after the people that are after the ones that rig the election. They don't go after the people that rig the election. We're changing things around a lot. We got to get there. We got to win this election. This is the most important election in the history of our country. Think of it. Do you ever hear where they go after people that rigged it? They rigged the election. Interesting, going into Iowa, they did a poll. I think it was 79% of the people think the election was rigged. And you can't have that. Even that thought process, you can't have that. You have to have two things so important. You have to have free and fair elections. I mean, they have to be filtered. Ideally, they should be on paper, all paper, same-day voting, and voter ID, right? Voter ID. If you don't have voter ID, why do the Democrats fight voter ID? They have voter ID. They have ID on everything. You buy a loaf of bread, you have ID. Everything to get into a store. But they don't want it for one reason, because they cheat. They want to cheat. They want you have to see, when you say, all right, let's do a plan. We'll start off with voter ID. We don't want any voter ID. That means there's only one reason for that. They want to cheat. So we have to turn it around, but we have to win this election. We got to win this election, and you have to get out. You know, the big thing, and I said this till we were all blue in the face. I said this last week in Iowa. We were leading by a lot. We were leading by like numbers almost like we got. Actually, we got more than even we thought. But, you know, setting records. But I said, don't believe the polls. You got to go out. We need big margins. And look how strong that looked, because we have to set the tone for November. We have to let them know we're coming. And, you know, there's a point at which they can't cheat. And we have to put ourselves in the position where it's so big that they can't do it, because they cheat automatically, and they've done it for years. They've done it for years. And look what we have out of it. We have open borders where millions of people are pouring in. We have the Afghanistan disaster. We have military going woke. Our military is so great. Don't worry about our military. It's the leaders on the top. They'd love to take it, but it's not going to happen. You know, as you know, we defeated ISIS, 100% of ISIS, in 3 months. People said it would take 4 years. We had the most unbelievable plan that we did. And General Raisin Cane, did you ever hear of General Raisin Cane? You know that story, right? General Raisin Cane, what's your name, sir? He looks at me, I go, General, what's your name? He says, Cane, sir, Cane. What's your first name? Raisin. I said, what? My first name is Raisin, sir. I said, your name is Raisin Cane. Your name is Raisin Cane. I'm going to love you, Raisin Cane. This is what... And he knocked him out in 3 months. We knocked him out. It's supposed to take 4 years, 5 years. They said we couldn't even do it. Too slippery. They weren't too slippery. We have the greatest military in the world, but we're not allowed to use it, and we don't let our great people do it. But we knocked out 100% of ISIS. We got rid of al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS. We knocked him out. Remember Conan, the dog, Conan. He was not happy when he saw that dog coming at him at 50 miles an hour. Growling, but Conan was great. Conan almost got electrocuted, remember? Almost got electrocuted, but Conan was amazing. We gave Conan a medal. And Soleimani, the king of death, he had more, he loved the roadside bombs. He was the real developer of the roadside bomb. He killed many of our soldiers, many people all over the world he killed, but we got rid of a lot of bad people. And Iran was broke, so they couldn't do anything. That's why you didn't have terror then. You know, we had no terror, zero, for 4 years. And I wanted to talk 2 years in, 3 years in, I wanted to talk about it, but I don't want to talk about it and then the next day something happens, right? I didn't want to jinx myself. We had no terror. After 4 years, I talk about it all the time now. We had a terror ban. We had a travel ban. And people said, oh, we don't want a terror ban. Oh, really? You want to let people come in for bad? We didn't have that. We got upheld in the Supreme Court, what I wanted. We had no terror. Think of that. No terror for a period of 4 years, zero. And we also had another thing. Last week, they had numbers come out. And these numbers are hard to believe, even for me. But in 2019, our year, we had no terrorists coming into the country. As soon as Biden took over, we have record number of terrorists. So all those people you see come in the invasion, and it is an invasion, and many of them happen to be all male, from 18 to 25 years old, perfect age for a soldier. 27,000 from China. Think of that. Are they building an army within our country? Could that be possible? Okay, could that be possible? Coming in from Yemen, coming in from all over the Middle East, coming in from places you really don't want to have too many people coming in. We have to be careful. But what they're doing is a horrible, horrible thing. You can almost predict within a percentile, I would say 100% certain that you're going to have a major terrorist attack in our country because of what they're letting into our country on the southern border. Millions of people are coming in. I believe the number by the time this guy gets out, and we have to get him out, but I believe it'll be 15 to 16 million people. That's bigger than New York State. That's more people than New York State. And these aren't people that, you know, for the most part, look, again, they come from prisons and they come from mental institutions, but they're also people the countries don't want. They're not sending their best people over. You know, these guys are smart. I know them, the presidents, the dictators, the prime ministers. Some of them call themselves prime ministers, but they're very smart people. And they're not sending their hard workers. And you get a lot of people coming into our country that we're not going to want. We don't want. And we're going to have the largest deportation in the history of this country. We have no choice. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. We're not going to allow it to happen. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. Do you know I've been indicted more than Al Capone? Did you ever hear Al Capone? Probably the greatest mobster of them all. If he had dinner with this very handsome guy in the brown shirt, nice shirt, if he had dinner with him, if you smiled the wrong way at Al Capone when you had dinner, he would have you killed probably within 20 minutes after the dinner. He got indicted less than me. And they indicted me, you know, for, I said the election was rigged. I said the numbers. Well, let me tell you something. From 2016, we still have Democrats there. By the way, do you see the way they're backing off now? No, I thought it was wonderful. They don't want any part of it. The whole system is rigged, and we're going to change it because we have to go back. We have to go back. So when I get indicted, I'm actually being indicted. If you think about it, I'm being indicted for you. Because never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I won't let it happen. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. And I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will be in their way. We're thrilled to be joined tonight by the chairman of the Portsmouth Republican Committee, who's been so fantastic, Alan Forbes. Where is Alan? I hope I've done nothing to change your mind on anything, Alan, or maybe I made it even stronger, right? But I want to thank you. Very good. You've done a fantastic job. And Carolyn Leavitt. Do you know Caroline? What a dynamo. Where is Carolyn? She is, I'll tell you, watch her just chew people up on television. She's backstage working. She's here, I can tell you that. And she's fantastic. And her parents are here too, and congratulations. You really gave us somebody very special. State Representatives Lily Walsh, Kim Hebert. Hi. Hi, Lily. Thank you very much. And also a person that just flipped. He just flipped from the sanctimonious to Trump, Scott Wallace. Scott? Where's Scott? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Scott. A lot of people are flipping. Oh, boy, I'm getting so many calls. Everyone's joining the group. They're all endorsed. Sir, I'd like to endorse you. Oh, great. Where were you 2 months ago, right? Where were you 6 months ago? But we were always in the lead. Actually, I think the warfare, the weaponization, you have many different names for it, never happened in our country before, where they go after their political opponents with the DOJ and the FBI. I believe that has made us much more popular. I think I'd be leading by a lot, but I wouldn't be leading by record numbers like nobody's ever seen. They've never seen. I believe it's made us much more popular. This backfired on them because they've weaponized the Department of Justice, and that only happens in third world countries, in banana republics. It doesn't happen in our country. And they've done it like never before. I mean, they're doing it with others, and they'll continue to do it until we get them the hell out of office. So we have to be very careful. We have to win. On day one of my new administration, I will seal the border and I will shut down the invasion coming into our country. And that's what it is, just like a military invasion. 3 years ago, we had the most secure border in United States history. Did you know that? We built 561 miles of border wall. They like to say, oh, well, you didn't build. If there's a piece of wood laying on the ground that's 60 years old, and we put up a 30-foot high and 9 feet deep steel wall, just what the Border Patrol did. Brandon Judd, who's fantastic, just like they designed. They wanted it. I wanted to put up concrete plank. I know a lot about construction. But it wouldn't have been as good, wouldn't have been as strong, and you need a view card to see who's on the other side. You know, it does help. You know, they used to drop, we had certain areas where there was solid, you couldn't see. They would throw drugs over the wall, and it would be like 100-pound sacks of drugs. And it would actually kill people. It would hit people on the other side of the wall. Can you believe it? This is what they did. But we built a tremendous amount. But if there was a piece of wood laying there rotted and terrible, or a couple of nails or anything, they'd say, that's not a new wall, that's a renovation. No, it's a new wall. They'd throw the wood away. One guy would pick it up. It's dissolved. They wouldn't even do that. But we built tremendous, and that was great. We're going to put up another 200 miles because we needed more. After we did that, we needed more. They go like that. And we had certain areas that we left to get everything through, and then we were going to seal it up. And then we had that unexpected result in the election. And then we heard that Biden wanted to have open borders. And he took the 200 miles, it was all built, ready to be installed. Would have taken 3 weeks. And they sold it, much of it, for 5 cents on the dollar. They sold it for scrap. And that's the most expensive steel you can buy. We have rebar, concrete, and then wrapped in steel. Very expensive. It's exact. But they sold it for, I understand, 5 cents on the dollar. It's a really sad thing. And that's when I knew they really do want open borders. They actually do. And nobody can explain why, but Mexico gave us 28,000 soldiers and millions of dollars, billions of dollars worth of, much more so. You know, they talk about the wall Mexico's going to pay. Well, there's no mechanism for that. but they paid much more with what they gave us on the soldiers, on the Remain in Mexico stuff, much more than if they had contributed to the construction costs, much more. I want to get that straight because a lot of people say, oh, Mexico didn't pay. Mexico paid a very big price. Everyone's talking about the border policy, but we don't need new laws and regulations. We just need to utilize the existing. If you look at Tom Homan and Brandon Judd and all of these great guys, they have existing laws are fine. Now we can do some improvements to them, but we just get it going, but nobody wants to do it. And the Republicans have to be very tough when they negotiate with these people. We'll be back in there sooner. We'll lead the negotiation, I promise. Nikki Haley will never secure the border. She doesn't believe in the secure borders. She can't believe in them. She actually opposed my border wall, and she was out of all of a sudden she's opposing the wall. I say, what the hell is going on? She's actually opposing it because she's basically, as you see, when you have all of those Democrats coming in to vote, I don't know that she's a Democrat, but she's very close. She's far too close for you. She condemned the things we were doing with the wall, and yet we had the greatest border, the safest border we've ever had. That included, by the way, on human trafficking. We had the lowest numbers in 38 years. One of the most horrible things we have going on in the world is human trafficking. You think it's an ancient thing. It's not. And what made it so profitable and so big now is the computer, the Internet. The Internet made all of that, and it's mostly in women. They traffic in women, and it's a terrible, terrible scourge. And she didn't fight it like she's supposed to fight it. 2016, she stabbed the Republican Party in the back by siding with Barack Hussein Obama against the Trump travel ban. The Trump travel ban said, we don't want people in our country from certain countries that like blowing up their shopping centers and killing people every week. We don't want them, I'm sorry. And it was upheld in the Supreme Court. Upon taking office, I will terminate every borders policy, open border policy of the Biden administration. They have a tremendous open border. The policy they have is it's insane. We want open borders. We don't want to vet people that are coming into our country. Who can think this is good? Now, the only thing I can think of, and I believe this, is they want those people, they want to try and get them voting, probably as early as this next election. They're going to fix them up. They're going to teach them 3-4 words of English, and they're going to say, get in there and vote. And we're not going to allow it to happen. We're not going to allow it to happen because there's no other reason they can want this. But I actually said, why would they want to do that? They cheat, so they don't even have to do that. So why do they? So I'm not necessarily a believer because I know how badly they cheat. This is far more than a campaign, what we have. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of any country, to MAGA. And I actually believe, do you ever see these guys? Well, MAGA only represents about 52%. I think that MAGA represents 90 or 92% of the Republican Party. I do. I had a poll fairly recently. I saw a poll. How do you like Trump? And I got the highest number in the history of the party. And you know who second was? Ronald Reagan. I was at 92%. Reagan's at 87%. I was at 92%. And then I hear these fake people back here that, well, the parties don't really want either one of them. I think they want me. They don't want Biden. But I think they do want me. I was at the highest number ever. Think what that would be like in 30, 40 years from now, if it goes like it's supposed to, right? They even I won't mention because they're Republicans, but they did a rotten job as president. They got us into the Middle East. They shouldn't have done that. They did a lousy job, so I won't use their names, but they even have their numbers. They even have their numbers at a reasonably high, not too high. It'll never be too high. They got us into the Middle East. We got stuck in there for 20, 25 years. We spent $9 trillion and millions of people on both sides, millions of people killed. But together we ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, the best trade deal. It's the best trade deal ever made. I actually think the deal I made with China is better, but we don't even talk about it because once COVID came in, that was a step too far for me. I don't even talk about it much. But I took on the communist government, the Chinese government, and we had the government of China. And I must tell you, I had a great relationship with President Xi until we came in, until I heard about COVID, which was really, I always called it the China virus because I like accuracy. They weren't happy with that. But don't we like accuracy? And until then, I had a great relationship with him. He's a very smart guy, very strong leader. Can you imagine him dealing with Biden? It's just the whole thing is so crazy. He probably thinks it's a setup. When he meets with Biden, Biden leaves. Well, where? Bye. And he leaves. You know, when I do that, it's very dangerous for me because they're so dishonest. Like sometimes I'll walk back, I'll imitate Biden, and I'll walk like into that wall of sorts. And they'll show me on television, they'll say, see, Trump couldn't find the exit to the stage. And I do an imitation of it. I say, thank you. Thank you very much. And you ever notice the way he points? He goes, but that usually means he wants to go that way. Yeah. And then I'll turn around. And then Secret Service, by the way, Secret Service, they're unbelievable. The shit they have to put up with. But Secret Services, and then you'll see this handsome, beautiful Secret Service guy coming. You say, why the hell isn't he president? That's it, right? You see this handsome, and they always grab him, right? They catch him and they, walk him off the stage. This is our president. We got a beauty. But I gave the farmers billions and billions of dollars, but I also gave New England lobstermen and fishermen. I put them back in business, gave them billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. Crooked Joe Biden is waging war on our fishermen. And today the Supreme Court is hearing a case on a Biden regulation, you know all about it, that requires New England fishermen to pay $700 a day. That sounds like a lot of money to me. $700, you know about that? $700 a day for your fishermen, Mr. Chairman. That's not acceptable. For a federal bureaucrat to ride in their boats, they want to have a federal bureaucrat ride in their boats every single time they go out to fish because they want them to fish in a certain area. Can you believe this? That will end on day one. Tell your fishermen friends, they're too busy working right now. Biden wants fishermen to pay for a monitor to observe every move that they make and report back every week on a weekly basis to Washington, D.C. How bad is that? I'm not a fisherman. I like fishing. I'm not a fisherman. But these guys work like hell. It's dangerous. It's rough. They got to go in those waters. A ship that's getting just decimated by some of the biggest, most vicious waves anywhere in the world. You know that. And they go out there and the wives say goodbye. They never know if they can even see him again. Sometimes they don't come back. You never see him again. Nobody knows what even happened. But they want to put somebody on those boats, a monitor, and probably a liberal guy from Washington, D.C., sitting on the boat, and to report them if they go a little bit out of bounds, because I remember they had the 500 square miles of stuff, and I ended it. But then they put it back in when they came. And so many bad things they do. But can you imagine, just out of common sense, a monitor on a fishing boat? And it costs $700 a day. Isn't that just a terrible thing? Essentially, because how much? I don't think you make $700 a day. How can you make that much? Today, I pledge to New England's fishermen that when I take office, that rule is on day one gone. It'll be gone. Day one. And tonight, I'm also making another promise to protect Americans from government tyranny. As your president, I will never allow the creation of a central bank digital currency. You know about that? I didn't know you know so much. I'm New Hampshire, very smart people. Very current. You know what they're doing. Such a currency would give a federal government, our federal government, the absolute control over your money. They could take your money, you wouldn't even know it was gone. This would be a dangerous threat to freedom, and I will stop it from coming to America. Last night, I don't know if you saw, just as with the election, the night before, a guy who really did a great job, Vivek, Ramaswamy, Vivek. I got a call just before I was going on. He said, would you please hold? I would like to come over and see you. We're in the same building. Right after the Iowa votes were in. Although it happened so fast, I was told at 10 o'clock you will know. So about 7, we got there at 7, but they said by 10 o'clock, because it's a different system, caucus, right? I don't know if you want caucus here. It's a much more complicated system. I'd relax. Just change your laws around here. Get your governor to do something for a change. But it's a complicated system. But I was always told you will know the outcome by 9:30 to 10 o'clock. So I made a very early speech to a lot of people. It was great, and these people had and I'm walking off. It's about like 10 after 7, and they said to me, "Grab me on the stage," just as I was getting. "Congratulations, sir, you won." I said, "Won what?" It's like close to 7 o'clock. I said, one more. You just won the Iowa primary, you call it, the Iowa caucus. I said, how did I win the caucus? I just got here. You know, the doors were still open to the army tank that I drive in. You know, we drive in, we have windows that are like this thick. I've never seen anything like that. I go in an army tank. But I used to drive a Rolls Royce, and now I drive in an army tank. But you know, the army tank costs more money than the Rolls Royce. So, you know, a friend of mine said, you know, you have so many of those things. Don't you like the Rolls Royce better? I said, well, actually, this is much more expensive than a Rolls Royce if you want to. But no, I just got there, and they say, congratulations. I didn't know what they were talking about because they say, how could it be over? But it was over very fast. And I said, we must have really swamped them to call it that early. But I was told that you had to wait till from 9:30 to 10 o'clock, but we did so well. And I think we're going to have the same result here. I really do. I think we're going to have the same. But we're also going to place strong protections to stop banks and regulators from trying to debank you from your political beliefs, what they do. They want to debank you, and we're going to debank. Think of this. They want to take away your rights. They want to take away your country. The things they're doing, all electric cars, give me a break. If you want an electric car, good. But they don't go far. They're very expensive. They're going to be made in China. That's why I think I'm going to get the auto workers to vote for Trump. You know, we're having great talks. But think of what they want to do. They want to take away your rights. Upon taking office, I will also restore peace through strength. I will get that war in Ukraine settled so fast. It should have never happened. It never would have happened. And it didn't happen. People say, well, how do we know that? Actually, even Democrats say there's no way. Putin would have never done it. Also, energy was much lower, so he couldn't have afforded it. You know, he makes his money with oil, like others. But he makes his money with oil. Oil had $110, $111 a barrel, and he made a fortune. He made a fortune on a war that's very expensive. And they're really doing a number right now on Ukraine. Look, it's a war machine. You know, it's a big war machine. And it's very sad, but I will get that straightened out very fast, very early. I think I'll get that finished when I'm president-elect. I think I'll get it long before I take the office. Once we have it, I'll get that. And Israel too. I hope something's going to happen before, but that attack on Israel would have never ever happened. Iran was broke. They didn't have the money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah. And it would have never happened. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise, and this is a big promise, maybe the most important promise I can make. I will prevent World War III. You're closer to World War III right now than you've ever been. We have a man that can't even speak, and he's negotiating for us. And these people are not the right people. They're not doing their job. I don't think they know how to do their job, in all fairness. I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. And I'm also going to indemnify all police officers. I just met a lot of you great police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left politicians in our country. They want to destroy our police, and we're not going to let it happen. They want to take away their rights. If a policeman gets in trouble because he's stopping a crime, they want to have him go out and hire his own lawyer. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We're going to straighten out the crime in our cities. What's happened over the last few years is not even believable. And in fact, we're going to do a big job in our cities. We're going to rebuild our cities, and we're going to rebuild them so that they're going to be crime-free. We're going to do what we have to do, and we're going to enforce our laws. That's another one. We can enforce those laws. Our police are incredible. They can do an incredible job, but we're going to enforce those laws. And one other thing we're doing is Washington, D.C. This used to be a beautiful capital. Today it's one of the most unsafe places you can go to anywhere on earth, but certainly in this country. People being shot every single day and killed every single day. Swastikas being emblazoned on the most beautiful Carrara marble columns that you've ever seen, and graffiti all over the place, garbage on the roads and the highways coming in. When you look at presidents of other nations and prime ministers and kings and queens coming into Washington, D.C., and their cars are riding over garbage, and the median in between, you know, the metal that somebody made a fortune. I've never seen. Every place has it, and it's always broken, right? It's always broken. If somebody got a lot of money to do that, but you ever notice that, Chairman? They're always broken. They're falling down all the time, but it's disgusting. They're all graffiti laden. They're bent. They're terrible. The asphalt hasn't been repaved for many years. And you're riding into the United States of America, and you're seeing, and they have slums. They have slums. We have to take out the slums. We're going to take out the slums. We're going to treat people nicely, but we have to take out the slums. We can't let homeless stay in the middle of our magnificent parks under the Washington Monument and other places. We're going to clean up Washington, D.C., and we're going to make it a crime-free zone. There's not going to be any crime. We're going to have laws, but we're going to have to take it over. We're going to federalize it. We're going to take it over. We're going to run it, and we're going to run it properly, and we're going to run it very, very strongly. And there's not going to be people shot. People come in from your state. They want to go see Washington. So they come in from New Hampshire. They walk down the road. They end up getting shot. And it's a very dangerous place right now. We're going to take it back, and we're going to get rid of the crime, and we're going to fix it up, clean it up, and we're going to make it the most beautiful capital in the world and the safest capital in the world. We're going to do it very quickly, too. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and any other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. You won't have 1 penny. And who can believe I have to even say this? It's so ridiculous. I will keep men out of women's sports. Is that okay? Who can you believe? And something I did better than anybody, and it was under siege, and it still is, I will uphold your great Second Amendment, which to you means more than to most. And will protect innocent life, and will restore free speech. And I will secure our elections. We will have the most secure. They are unsecure. They are in terrible shape. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, as I said, and voter ID. But until then, we have to win. We have to win in November, but we have to win coming up. Think of it, next Tuesday, we have to win. And we have to win in a resounding fashion. I said to Iowa, they got so sick and tired of me. I started off by saying, listen, we're going to win, but you got to win by big numbers. If we're going to win like a close race, it doesn't set the example that we have. So even if you think, and I joked, I said, if your husband's sick as a dog, get him out of bed. Darling, Jack. Yes, I'm so sick, darling. Jack, get your ass out of bed. You're voting for our president. Yes, darling. It doesn't matter as long as he gets that vote. If he kicks the bucket after that, it's okay. He served his country. I'll write him a letter, Jack. Thank you for your service, Jack. Thank you for your service. We'll write him a letter, Jack. Thank you for your service. No, they got to vote. Everybody has to vote because we have to show, not against these two candidates because they're pretty far down, but really we have to show the radical left, crazy people, the lunatics that we have to deal with. And hopefully someday they'll come into the fold, but right now they're not in the fold. And they were in the fold. I'll tell you, they were in the fold. And during my term, just prior to COVID coming in, and it was even successful. You know, I handed them over. The stock market was more successful. It was higher than it was just prior to COVID coming in. Nobody can believe it, the job we did. We never got enough credit. We got great credit on economy, great credit on the military, great credit on foreign. We did the Abraham Accords, all the things. We never got credit for what we did with COVID. Nobody knew anything about it. We did a great job. We never got the credit for it, but that's okay. But if you take a look at what we did, we're the most successful country. Think of it, the most successful country, and nobody's ever seen. And I will tell you that people were coming to see me, radical left people. I call them radical left, and they wanted to make deals. They wanted to be together. And people were asking me, do you think the country will ever unify? Success will unify our country. I've seen it. Success is going to unify our country. And you've heard me say this, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction or damage to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. Nobody has done this kind of damage to this country. You could take the 10 worst presidents, and it's true. I mean, these millions and millions of people that are coming in, it's so horrible. So if you want to save America, then this Tuesday, January 23rd, you must go out and vote for Trump. And as I said earlier, it's, if you have any questions, NH, you know what that stands for, New Hampshire. See, Biden couldn't tell you that. If he said, what does that stand for? NH, New Hampshire. It stands for New Hampshire. The worst is when he says, it's great to be in Florida today. No, Joe, it's very nasty out there. It's not Florida. nh.donaldjtrump.com. You do that. So in conclusion, from Manchester to Meredith, from Waterville Valley to Mount Washington, from Plymouth to Portsmouth, you inherit the legacy of red-blooded New Hampshire patriots, and you really are incredible patriots, who lived by that immortal motto, live free or die. That's pretty cool. Well, we'll get it done without the dying part, but, you know, we don't want the dying part, but it's you're willing to do that if you have to. We stand on, that's right. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, those big, gorgeous skyscrapers. We're going to rebuild those cities. Remember what I said? Won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. So sad to see it, but we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. Think of it, a nation that's lost its confidence. It's a horrible, horrible statement. Who would ever think that we would say that? But we are. We're a nation that no longer has confidence. We lose at everything. We're a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it is hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. You know, our country needs saving. We've never been in this position. And remember what I said about World War III. We have never been so close to World War III as we are right now. You look at what's going on in the Middle East. You look at what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. You look at what's going on. We have never been. And the power of the weaponry is beyond anything you can even imagine. This isn't Army tanks going back and forth, as I say, back and forth, shooting at each other. These are weapons of mass destruction, the likes of which the world has never seen before. I know because I was very familiar with them. I had to renovate and rebuild them, and I hated doing it, but we spent so much time, effort, and money on our nuclear stockpile, and I hated to do it because I know the power. The power is so horrible. We had no choice, but it's so horrible. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers. And we have to get them out, the warmongers, the people that take us into wars, into countries that nobody ever heard of and don't even want us. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. They truly hate our country. That's what I think is happening at the border. We will rout the fake news media, and we will evict crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States, and it's not even close. We will rout crooked Joe Biden from the White House on Election Day 2024. You know that we have a president who's gotten quite old right now. Jimmy, right? President Jimmy Carter. And he's happy, because his presidency is now considered brilliant by comparison to Joe Biden. Considered brilliant. It's considered a brilliant presidency by comparison to this guy. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will never, ever be forgotten again. And it wasn't for 4 years that I was there, just the opposite. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, New Hampshire. God bless you. God bless you, New Hampshire. Thank you.
And some very authentic interaction between the president and supporters here in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I want to highlight one of President Trump's quotes tonight. Trump said, quote, "We're going to unify our country through success." Many great stories tonight, many awesome pieces of information from Agenda 47, as well as you just listened live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We do want to thank a number of our partners here with Right Side Broadcasting Network. The first one, none other than the Birch Gold Group. There's a lot of attacks going on against our U.S. dollar from those BRICS nations, so you have something that you can fight back with. It's called gold, right? Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 9898 and have some peace of mind and some financial freedom. And speaking of financial freedom, Tax Network USA, if you're dealing with a few things with back taxes, you can have some help and some financial freedom right there as well. All you're going to do is see that information right there on your screen. Reach out to them, as before you know it, April will be here, going into the second quarter of 2024. The Trumpinator Bobblehead, what an awesome product there as well, as the president, when he was hugging the American flag, you could have that collector's item on your mantle, on a dresser, or just to collect something like that. You can have that as well by looking on the screen and calling that number, and also collecting that product. It'll be mailed right to your house, as the people here are filing out but still enjoying the night. MyPillow.com, so many great products on there, from the slippers to the sheets. I even saw flannel sheets on there. We don't have any of those at the house. Maybe we'll get some flannel sheets. There's my towels. There's all sorts of great products on there. So MyPillow.com, use the promo code RSBN. RSBN Network, we have a newsletter for you that you can get exclusive content and coverage. RSBNetwork.com/newsletter. And you can also donate if you'd like. RSBNetwork.com/donate. For all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the next time we will go live will be on Friday night in Concord, the state capital of the Granite State. And that's barring any breaking news, of course. If there's anything that's breaking that we can get a live stream or a camera to tomorrow, we'll have that as well. But the next time we'll have a President Trump speech will be on Friday night here in New Hampshire. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We'll see you next time.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from MyPillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with the nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Hello, everybody. I wanted to get on here and tell you all the disturbing news. Fox News has canceled My Pillow. We don't know why. We can only make a couple guesses. Maybe it's because Lou Dobbs was added over here at Lindell TV to this all new lineup we have, and that was just a few days ago. We showed his first interview with our great real president, Donald Trump. Or maybe it's because they don't want my face even on their network leading up to the 2024 election in support of our great real president, Donald Trump. I don't know. These are the details. I don't have the details yet, but all I know is the commercials have been canceled. All of our anything with My Pillow or Mike Lindell canceled on Fox News. And please help us to support us and during this time of cancellation. And thanks for your support of Lindell TV. I believe this is all about stopping me from talking about the election platforms and the elections, and this to getting rid of my voice. And but it's I just wanted to let you all know that this is a very disturbing. We don't know all the details yet, but Fox News has canceled My Pillow. Thank you.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.